Russell,
Here.
Chapa, Farmer,
Here.
Gaines. I think I saw Sonia's name somewhere. Okay, Sonia, are you here? All right, Harper,
Here.
Goodman,
Present.
Johnson. Johnson. Thought I saw her too. Maybe not. Okay, Keller. Lakey,
Present.
Liberzon,
Present.
Martin,
Hello.
Martinez,
Present.
Mayor,
Present.
Mitchell,
Here.
Nemiroff.
He's here.
He's here. Newport,
He's here too.
Nichols,
Here.
Pliska,
Here.
Podewiltz,
Here.
Robert, Schlacklin, Scott, Suarez,
Here.
Teminga, Hahn, Thompson, Vo,
Here.
Wagner,
Here.
Wakefield,
Here.
Wesley,
Here.
Williams,
No.
Goodkin,
Here.
Chapa. I thought I saw
Here.
you.
Yep. Here.
Gaines, Johnson,
Here.
Keller.
Here.
Okay. Thought I saw you. All right. I'm just trying to go through if anybody I missed. Scott Schlacklin, John Scott, Dr. Tominga. Okay.
All right, what's the official count?
Oh. 27.
27, so we are well above quorum. Again, appreciate everyone being here today. David Lean always reminds me to remind you a couple things. One, if you they leave your cameras on. Second, if you're going to leave, to let us know so we can make sure that we maintain quorum throughout the meeting. And third thing I think he reminds me of is don't use the chat box because we have to read those things out loud in order to be in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. David, is there anything else that I forgot?
Probably.
All right. Very good.
I think we're good.
All right, very good. And I guess the other thing I would say as we begin, a special thanks to our team. You may not know it, but most of the people that are part of our team have been totally without power for the last week and got power back this weekend. And so thank you for putting this meeting together without power and having to charge your things up at restaurants and everything else that you've done in order for us to have a meeting today and be able to do the work. You know, some people not only lost the power, but when they were repairing their power, they cut their gas lines and lost, had to totally evacuate their houses. And so there's a lot of those things that have taken place. So, and I know it's not just people here in Austin. A lot of you outside have also been impacted by the current weather events. But be that as it may, let's go ahead and get started. There, I think we're good. Charlie. Okay. Okay. Very good. Let's go ahead. And I think first item of business is the approval of the minutes from the December meeting. Know anything about those?
No. Just, we need just a motion and it's,
Move to approve. Dr. Podewiltz. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Wagner. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstain? Hearing none, they're approved. Let's go to the first the next item of business, the update on the ARPA funds and the different components of getting those dollars out and making sure they're being used wisely. First part of that, Linda Haster, I think I saw you just a little bit ago. You want to give us an update from the fiscal agent point of view?
Yeah, certainly. Let's see. I submitted some documents that the group should have received. Let me see. All right. We have through December, we have so far reimbursed the members of the consortium a little over 1.3 million with funding related to the CPAN program. And then we have reimbursed for the TChat members initiatives, a little bit over $1.3 million. And we're just starting to trickle in some spending reimbursements for the workforce enhancement, which we understand has been barriers because we haven't been able to get the staffing that we want to approve. But that's a little bit over $111,000 that has been reimbursed. And so in the packet that I sent, we have a pie graph that kind of shows the three broader program initiatives, as well as a detailed sheet that shows it by each of the initiatives for the record. So that's what we've gotten so far. So we're excited that the invoicings are coming in quite frequently now, and we're getting those reimbursements in, and we're looking forward to being able to show the public where we've been putting the money to.
All right, very good. Any questions for Linda related to those funds and getting those dollars used from the institution's point of view?
Just one question, David. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
My question, I heard a statement about what the ARPA funds going away in November, but they were 2-year budgets and we just started in September. Can you kind of clarify that? Or I may have misheard. I just want to make sure what exactly how long do we have? We're spending these dollars, but when's the point they get cut off?
So remember, the LBB has approved the funding through November 7th of 23. So it will require the legislative board to be able to extend those funds.
I see.
So we have to wait until they start convening the meetings to kind of discuss if that is their desire to extend those funds, considering the delays that we had kind of gone through in order to get these contracts underway and then start staffing on the different programs and stuff. So that's where we're reminding folks that our official notification is November 7th of 23, but it is our hope that the legislative board will consider alternative dates to extend. But
Right. That's our position as a body, that we want to ask the LBB, let's keep utilizing these funds because we're just getting the programs up and going.
that's right. We'd hate to turn
Right.
away the federal funding that we have, but the reality is we have to keep in mind that that is our official date.
That clarifies it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And Steve, I think during our discussions related to the legislative session, there may be a little bit more clarity on that as we're getting information, because it all kind of comes down to a whole of how do we keep these programs going? And the legislature can figure out a variety of funding mechanisms in order to do that. And so right now, I feel very confident that we're going to be able to complete these projects. And so would continue to encourage people to hire to implement these projects right now. And the legislature understands that these are important. And if the feedback that I'm getting from them is a desire to continue full speed ahead with what we're doing right now. So again, would encourage our institutions to continue to implement, send your bills in to Linda, make the hires that we need. But I feel pretty good right now with our conversations with the legislature that we're going to come out of this session whole to implement the ARPA funds and the expansions and the other things that we've been discussing. Does that make sense, Steve?
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you, Linda. Again, appreciate your work to keep us keep us straight related to these funds and making sure we're very transparent and doing what the federal government and the state government wants us to do in order to be in full compliance with the administration of these funds. So next, let's go to Jonathan, you and Sarah and Lachelle to talk about the overall administration. Anything up from our point of view?
Nothing at this time. Later in the agenda, we'll talk through our CPN visits and how that went and give a summary. But I think overall, we've been getting everybody's status reports in a timely manner for the most part. And I think Jonathan's been getting financials, and we're starting that assessment of projected spend again and how that's going to apply next biennium. Jonathan's reviewing all last year's fiscal spend, just as an overview of what areas are we spending. I don't know if you have anything to add. So everybody's doing a great job. Thank you.
All right. All right, next part of the ARPA funds update. Dr. Wakefield, you want to talk about Prairie Pan and where we are?
I'm happy to talk about it now. I do think that we have slides in the Kosh presentation later
Okay.
on.
Okay, you just want to wait and do that all together then?
I think that would be easier or more clear.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then Andy, Dr. Keller, anything update on the implementation of the collaborative care work?
Yes, Dr. Talibi, I believe, has joined for that part of the presentation. Or if he hasn't, we can
I'm
maybe.
here.
Oh, yeah. So, Connie, please.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all. Hope you're all doing well. I think we have a few slides. If we can bring those up, please, and thank you.
And Sarah also has part of the presentation.
We'll come back. Do we have his slides up? Honey, they're pulling up your slides right now. They're sorting through it.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Mhm.
That's great. Thanks so much. We can go to the next slide. So we wanted to share our metric data as of January 15th. We are a month behind every time the consortium meets. So these numbers are actually going to be updated in the next 7 days or so when our next round of metric reporting is due. So we are currently at a little over 42,000 individuals initially reached. If you all recall, our metric for 2 years is 100,000. So we continue to make positive strides. Again, I see this number increasing significantly in the next couple of months. Health systems committed to collaborative care in the pediatric sphere, 7. Again, our 1 year goal was 9 and our 2 year goal is 18. Again, we're making great strides on that front and speaking to our different HRI partners and some of those health systems that have already come on. Next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide if there is one, please and thank you? No, we can go back to that one. So I think we are, that's the slide we were looking for. All right. So going in a temporal fashion here, what we've already accomplished, we finished our December and January reporting from the monthly standpoint for the initiative. We had one-on-one HRI meetings for this initiative this past month in January. We typically will have a large HRI group meeting, and we are now staggering and kind of going back and forth month to month on one-on-one meetings that are breakouts to really target different specific idiosyncratic needs of HRIs and what they are doing at different stages of their implementation so that we can provide them a little bit more targeted support. That was really well received. We are actually doing the same thing this month. And I think that it has really been helpful in jump-starting a little bit more of kind of the gray areas that certain HRIs and health systems have been encountering. This last month, we also went through our pediatric collaborative care roundtable discussions. We had brought in a lot of experts from around the country who are frontline providers, administrators, and researchers, specifically around pediatric collaborative care. So getting these folks together and having very targeted conversations, exploratory as well as kind of frontline research-driven and data-driven conversations about what is and isn't working around implementation and sustainability of this programming was really, really insightful. I think everybody was pleasantly surprised at the depth of these conversations. And we're in the process of putting all those materials together right now in the way of proceedings to be able to push that out, not only to attendees, but also our stakeholders here in the consortium to make sure that data is implemented in the front lines as we progress with this initiative. Some resources that we provided folks in the last couple of months, specifically a reference guide of trainings for collaborative care. They've all been vetted and across different dimensions for behavioral healthcare managers, for PCPs, as well as psychiatric consultants as necessary. Up next, what we're working on is our February monthly report, aggregating that data in the next week or so and pushing that out. We'll continue having those one-on-one meetings this month, excuse me. And then resources that we're pushing out this month, those lessons learned from our pediatric collaborative care roundtable. We're organizing those from a content standpoint, mostly thematically, so that we can push them out and it kind of makes sense in a linear fashion when folks receive that information. We are pushing out a Meadows designed collaborative care billing curriculum. Our billing team is really focused on ensuring that these health systems have that bottom line really dialed in as soon as they get going so that they can bill and that we can support them with that process over the course of their first 3 to 4 months with submissions, with denials, with appeals, and going through that process to make sure that they're successfully able to push that forward. And then forthcoming, again, the goal is recruiting additional health systems with support from our HRIs, our monthly TA opportunities, and the monthly metric reporting. I've added this slide in here. Dr. Vo, you had asked in our last consortium meeting if we could speak a little bit to timelines about implementation for collaborative care. As I had mentioned and a lot of folks had mentioned back then, at best, the implementation science is a rabbit hole and there's so much heterogeneity and diversity with the different systems as they first start with implementation that it becomes really challenging. But what we've done here to your inquiry was really put together the key milestones when it comes to these components of implementation for collaborative care. And gave some time ranges of what things might look like there. So really starting on the far left, we talk about contracting. It's a big range. So it's pretty rare to see contracting done in about 30 days or so, as you all are well aware. It takes quite a bit of time. So putting in a little bit of a gap there to allow for folks to go back and forth, legal teams to do all those things. We've seen it take anywhere from really 2 to 4 months. Getting that discovery and leadership buy-in, talking about commitment across different domains of an institution, and then looking for kind of where they're coming in with and what they're going to be doing moving forward in the way of a readiness assessment. This can take some time to put through and find those champions to be able to do the clinical work as well as make sure that we're able to push things forward financially and administratively. Another couple of months or so to talk about strategic decision making. Are you building this internally yourselves, which most folks in this initiative have chosen to do? Or are you going to be partnering with vendors? Again, this can be wholesale or a la carte. So if you just wanted a registry or if you just wanted support with billing, that's where folks could partner. But again, most of our collaborators here are wanting to internally build this. So thinking about the financial support, what that ramp schedule looks like, that can take a couple of months as well. Some contracting could take place there that expands that timeline if you are working with certain vendors. The next column would be the team building itself from a clinical standpoint, looking at staffing ratios, putting together job descriptions, JDs, recruiting, interviewing, hiring, doing those types of things. And then putting that team together and making sure that that training is actually there to be able to push that forward. Easier said than done. We have some sites that are able to pivot current staff and then shift them into these roles relatively easily, and others that need to go through that whole recruitment and hiring process. So there's time variation there as well. That next column really ends up being the meat and potatoes, or the kale and quinoa for our vegetarian friends here, of the work that we're doing in the way of workflow design and build. So these workflows are very different than adult workflows. We're talking about not just measurement-based care and screening, but the delivery, knowing that there are now parents or guardians involved, knowing there are different consenting issues, figuring all those details out, safety planning, risk assessments, emergency workflows, those types of things. That's really kind of something that we take very seriously, and again, varies quite a bit from different sites, what they're comfortable doing, and how they like to alter that accordingly to fit their patient population. Billing workflows, looking at time capture, knowing that we're using incident 2 codes for aggregate monthly billing. And then obviously we want to do program evaluation and what that looks like over time to ensure that things are moving forward. And if anything needs to change from a QI standpoint, we can do that. The registry obviously is a big component and a lot of variation there, depending on if you're using something integrated with your EMR or something as a standalone that you're pushing and pulling reports to. I didn't put a time range. It's kind of in perpetuity, the maintenance work that happens there in the way of additional CEUs, growth of the team, continuing education for that as well. And then process improvement is always a part of what happens. Rough timeline at the bottom, the best I could do really with both what we've talked to in the way of stakeholders on the front line anecdotally, as well as looking the implementation research, which is not too accurate either, as you might imagine, with all the heterogeneity out there. So any questions I can answer or field on that front?
Well, I want to say thank you for putting this together since you mentioned my question from last time. I do have a question though. I mean, I assume some of this is happening in parallel because it would probably not make sense to go into contracting first before you have leadership buy-in, particularly if they have to utilize health system startup funds if necessary. So I assume this discovery leadership buy-in is probably one of the first steps before contracting that occurs, because eventually at most of these HRIs, the leadership buy-ins is crucial to actually executing the contract and having signature authority to do that. So I don't, can you remark on that?
Sure. Yeah, happy to. Dr. Keller, I solicit your feedback as always. I think you bring up a really good point, and it really depends. In an initiative like this, I would have to say that contracting came first. So it's a little bit different, right? The consortium is pushing these funds through, and it's a little bit different. When the Meadows Institute or our kind of other collaborators in the country are pushing collaborative care out and supporting with this type of technical assistance or otherwise, you're right. Oftentimes it will take a clinical champion to come through. Oftentimes it's an executive leadership champion first who comes through and has to get buy-in from a CFO, has to get buy-in from the CEO, president, a CMO, and to do those types of things. So to your point, sure, a lot of these things can actually be happening at the same time. Obviously, it's not as linear as one would hope from one slide in a PowerPoint deck. But to your point, I think that the aggregate is where it all comes together. And what we see in the way of when implementation goes wrong, Dr. Vo, ends up being exactly to your point. Maybe leadership didn't have the buy-in at all those different levels that they needed to, and they implemented, they went through, and all of a sudden the cogs fell off the machine insofar as somebody didn't have enough of a buy-in to make sure that this was sustainable in perpetuity. So,
yeah, and I would just add, Honey, that I think it varies tremendously. I mean, obviously you got to have somebody with credibility, have some buy-in from the beginning to get the attention of people. But quite often the money to do the implementation we have found is a catalyst for getting people engaged. So like if you look at our Lone Star Depression Challenge sites, the ones where we had grants from other foundations where we come in and say, hey, we got $100,000, $75,000, $150,000 to help with your implementation. We were able to get, you obviously have to have one person at least who's interested, but that person then built momentum. And that momentum building process can take anything from, very fast to, a year. So I think that I would think of them as kind of synergistic, like Hani's saying, but there's no, I would say it's incorrect to say you need to have full leadership buy-in before you proceed. That almost never happens. And the places that require full leadership buy-in probably aren't going to implement because you're going to need somebody who, before you get the grant, they're going to build that over time because that's just the way these things have worked historically for us.
I think what I'm hearing you say, there's two types of contracting, and that probably needs to get clarified. the first contracting that I think you guys are referring to is actually getting the actual money to do this. So that's a little separate versus contracting with the actual institution to actually implement the program. Is that what I'm hearing? Or are you talking about the same thing?
No, I think they're the same thing. I mean, there's a set
Okay.
amount of money that's
Well,
available.
how do you get an institution to sign off on it? Because not everybody at an institution have, at least at, several HRIs, they don't have signature authority. There's somebody in the chain that has to go up the chain in order to get that approved. So how do you get in contracting finished before you get those buy-ins? When you can go to any of these, I can guarantee you no chair at any of the UT system institution have signature authority. So even though most of them are sitting on this panel, cannot sign a contract. And so I'm wondering how are you getting that?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, we're not trying to talk about how your internal processes work. You all have your own processes. And even within the UT departments, y'all are different. So you all have to get your signature authority however you get it. So if you can get it, great. If you can't get it, then you're not going to be able to do the grant. What we're talking about is the partner institution that does the implementation. So the partner implementation institution does the implementation. You're not going to get all of their team on board with this thing initially. You're going to get a core group there, and it's going to look different at every single one of them. So like, I have no idea how to get a signature in your department. That's why you and your people are going to do that. But and it gets worked out. I mean, there's not a formula for this. I mean, are you asking a different question? I don't really understand what you're asking, perhaps.
I guess because of the previous slide that you presented, you've demonstrated there's been a lot of good conversations that has been happening, and I applaud you for that. And there's a lot of effort, obviously. But what I'm more concerned about is when the actual services are going to take place. And when you put up a timeline, we like to see how that's going to happen. But in this particular timeline, and we can take this offline, not to take up people's time, but in this particular timeline, you have, well, what I see, a major component that's happening after a contracting period that is probably impossible to achieve. And so if you want to implement a program, you probably need to have at least one buy-in that, move the contract along first. But that's just a nuance that
So we'll edit the slide and we'll put that bullet into that you need to have at least one buy-in. So correct, good point. But we're trying to do is show that there's a broad range, and these sorts of individual things have to be worked out. This is a generic timeline that goes from 240 to 540 days to show that there's tremendous variability in what's going to happen. So what we're trying to show here is the types of things in the general sequencing. It's going to be different in every particular one, but generally this lays it out. So we're happy to make that edit that you're asking for. But I think I think, do you understand what we're saying about the synergy between those things? I mean, does that make sense what we're describing or not?
It does. I'm just talking about a logistical piece that's actually often overlooked and could impede your progress. That's all.
Do you feel like the comments we're making will incorporate the logistical piece you're bringing up, or would you like it incorporated in a different way?
Well, let me think about it and send you some thoughts.
Great, and we'll incorporate them. I mean, this is meant to be helpful to you all to understand what's going on. It's not meant to be prescriptive or to try to get you to do something in a way that's not going to work for you. It's trying to be inclusive of 18 to 30 different implementations, all of which are going to look quite different on the ground. And there's no way to specify all the parameters of them in the time we have allotted at a meeting like this. So please do send that. We'll incorporate it. And Hani, anything else on that?
So what do we?
The one thing I would add, sorry, and I'll be done, is really, Dr. Vo, I think you're the champion. I think the HRI folks here are the champions who are speaking to kind of their chairs and saying like, hey, this is something that we could follow up on, and it would be really good for our patients and our patient population and things like that. So in that scenario, I agree with you. I think you all being those champions has been a really wonderful thing. So we appreciate you all being there. And to Andy's point, happy to continue dialoguing offline for this. Thank you.
Very good. Honey, we have two other questions we need to go to, and then we need to transition to the next item. Dr. Trivedi, I see your hand, and then Dr. Polowitz, I see your hand.
So, Hani, I have to say, having done some of these things, I have to compliment you for proceeding this far. I think that you highlight the most important thing, and that is these are broad outlines. So some engagement could take 30 days to 3 years, and you may have to move on, which is what you're saying. There are some health systems that may not be applicable or may not play ball. And Dr. Ward's point, the signatories may move on and all that. So, but I think you have made tremendous progress. So, and I think you're pointing out that a lot of these things can happen fluidly and at the same time and different times and all that is very important. So thank you for doing this. This is exciting.
Very
Thanks,
good.
Dr. Trevino.
Alan,
Yeah, I just want to say that it's.
did you turn on your microphone?
Okay. Hani, thank you. As you know, I participated in a lot of meetings with you, and Dr. Vo, we are the champions of this. So as we move through, we know we're not the persons who will sign the contracts. We know that for sure. We've been taught that our entire lives within academia. So what we do is we make sure we move up the line in terms of who knows what we're doing and how we begin to change the healthcare system within our university to be able to do the collaborative care. So it's us as champions that make that work. And I think that's the variation that you see, that some institutions have moved faster, some are a little bit slower. And that's primarily at this point, what I'm seeing across the board is really the recruitment of the kinds of staff and people that we need to make this happen. And I think that's a variability that we see in this timeline. But we still are the champions at our HRIs to make sure we get this implemented as an option. And so it's not that we sign off on the contracts. We all know that.
I'm not disputing that you are a champion. I agree 100% that you are, people in this room or in this virtual room, at least, are the champion of this. It's just, when you see timelines put together and you see contracting occur before any buy-ins, happen, particularly in the contract that especially, that states, healthcare system startup funds may need to be required. That's a lot of heavy lifting that you as champion will need to do within your institution, regardless of the variety of flavor it is. And so I'm just being mindful of the reality of the contracting process. That's all.
All right. Well, Hani, again, thank you for the work that you're doing. I really appreciate it and look forward to seeing continued rollout of the program.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Let's move next to the substance use disorder program. Dr. Blader, you want to give us an update of the work that you're doing?
Sure, I can provide a brief update. Happy to report that all four participant sites in this pilot are operational, seeing patients. We've harmonized our intake protocols. To date, we've had on the order of 60 plus referrals. We're working on growing our referral base from schools chiefly, as well as getting the word out to PCPs, in part through some of the CPAN work we're doing and making that community more knowledgeable about the full range of services that are being offered through TChat as well. We'll be working on a uniform clinical monitoring outcome metric besides just being able to report number of visits and other utilization factors. And the other thing it's come up in our meetings that we've been discussing is thinking about how we contribute to safety issues around fentanyl, especially in the context of counterfeit prescription medications. I attended a session here in San Antonio that was put on jointly by DEA as well as some local health officials and the Be Well Texas team, and it's really harrowing how good the counterfeits are. So anybody who's saying, no, I can see that that's legit, Vicodin or whatever, it's can be extremely misleading and deadly. That the counterfeiting is now so good that you could have stuff that there's just no way to tell. There's a very high likelihood that it has fentanyl or other or contaminants in that product. So we'll, we're thinking about how to work with schools. If our program has any role to play in working with schools to provide resources or other help, as well as we're going to be considering whether Narcan availability is something that we should consider in the context of our overall clinical services, which involves some way of thinking about stratifying risk and need and suitability in the context of our clinical service. Those difficult questions, but given what's at stake, we do want to have a stab at it, and should be able to report back to you all if what steps we might take in that direction in the months ahead. And that's all.
So Joe, are we seeing increases in the number of consults coming in, or we still need a lot of work to drive those up a little bit higher?
Well, we're doing more outreach to the alternative schools now that I think we're all set up, that our medical records, every site, consistent with their own, risk management and EMR structure. We're now good to go out and say, look, this is a specialty service. Please send us your kids. So in San Antonio, we have a few outreach meetings set up with the alternative high schools, and perhaps even the schools that are our heavy T-chat users, the kids that they're going to refer to alternative school because they're found with contraband on campus and so forth. In the same breath, we'll be encouraging them also to make the referral to our program directly at the same time.
Okay. So still continued work needs to take place to drive them up, it sounds like, but you guys are making the contacts and still the early phases of actually getting this program so there's common knowledge in the schools and that the referrals come back up. Is there any help that you need from any of the other institutions or from the other state agencies to really help move it forward?
Not at the moment. We'll see how these initiatives work out to, in terms of working with schools, involving the alternative schools in the various districts and so on. And if we hit slow spots, it's nice to know that you're all available to help us out with that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Dr. Blader. Any questions for Joe? All right. Seeing none, Dr. Trivedi, go with this. Have the update on youth aware of mental health. Dr. Trivedi, I think you're on mute.
Well, after all these years, I should have learned. Sorry about that. I apologize.
You're good, my friend.
So these are the leaders, and the discussion earlier with Dr. Vo reminded me this kind of engagement with any of these systems for schools, for example, all the leaders are very actively involved with management and administration at each of the school districts, each school, each principal, etc. The leadership is like a multitude of people. So all that is happening. They're all engaged. I think that this has gone very well. And last time, as you all remember, I had asked two of the leaders to actually comment about it, and they had very positive feedback. Our training academy has now advanced so that now we have actually a full panel of trainers available, so we can actually start a training session anytime we need. So we've now been doing almost twice a month of these. These are people who have been trained at each of the places. They're all smiling, not because we forced them to. This really is a very thoughtful and a fantastic training program all these people get through. We have now trained 150 instructors across the state. All of the HRIs that are participating have many people trained. And as you can see, the numbers here, and a shout out to Tyler. They have really had a wonderful success there, both in terms of their instructors as well as engaging with school districts. And it's wonderful to see. The total school districts that have now been already engaged is listed here. And I didn't count total, but it's pretty high. Each HRI now has MOUs and engagement with each of the schools that are listed here. And you can see we have reached 1,800 students in spring, 4,000. Remember, there was some funding delays, so that had been a little bit of a slowdown, but we are expecting that over 10,000 students will be reached by this end of this 22-23 school year. These are the student classes, so you can see again about 750 classrooms will get YAM by this. Luann can tell you there's now a whole lot of interest, and we get requests from school districts as well as leadership and youth organizations wanting to get trained and certified. We have our North Texas Behavioral Health Authority people are getting involved, and they will be trained also. So this is actually going pretty well. We have pre and post evaluations from each of the students who go through this. As you can see, some of these, the number, for example, from 4597 to 3371 is because some of the students are still going through these programs. We have, these are the grade levels, 8 through 12. As you can see, most of it is 9th grade, and that is what our intention originally was. It depends. Some schools will put it in health classes, and then you have a mixture of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 students. So our biggest intention is 9th and 10th graders. Again, we have by gender, you can see this reflects the school. What we are seeing, this is very early data, but what we are seeing, as you can see in this, for example, with PHQ2, mental health literacy, for example, improves from pre to post quite significantly. If you look at the completely agree arms and somewhat agree arms, that is really where mental health literacy is improving. Depressive symptoms is an interesting thing we'll need to think about as we move forward in this. And this actually is the beauty of this consortium, if I may. We would not know this, and not once you know this, we'll have to think about what else to do. But you are seeing about 17.2% of these students in regular classrooms. This is not targeted for those who have problems. 17.2% have significant difficulty with depression. That really is a significant number. 27% have anxiety symptoms. This is only on the screening instrument that we do. Early data shows that there is an improvement in both of these. We'll next time hopefully have data on at least the 2,000 we have for pre and post that we have cleaned up the data. I'll show you next time. There is improvement in mental health seeking behavior, which is both good and actually the main benefit, I think, from this, we will hopefully get students who will then, having informed and understood the needs for their mental health, will seek out help, because without that, we end up only handling people who are in an emergency and a crisis. So this is really, truly preventing us from waiting until there is a crisis. What's next? My hope is that in the next round, we will have, and leadership from the 4 nodes that are not participating have approached us. So I'm hoping that all nodes will do it across the state. We will be expanding what we are calling a wellness ambassador program, so that we'll have training non-mental health professionals in schools, like a school coach. These will be wellness ambassadors in schools. We'll also have mental health training for school counselors or school staff, because the next layer of really sustaining this will be to train people in the school staff so that they can deliver these courses when, as part of their jobs, and the remaining time that they have, they can do other things for the school district. So in a nutshell, I think it's gone well, and you heard it from our HRI leaders last time, so I don't want to belabor that point, and I'm opening if anybody has any questions.
Very good. Any questions for Dr. Trivedi? Seeing none, again.
Quick question, David.
Oh, go ahead, Octavio.
Yeah, Dr. Trivedi, tremendous work and great to see how you're starting to cover the whole state. The 4 nodes remaining, I'm assuming based on the maps you showed out, is mostly the Rio Grande Valley, Pecos Country, and El Paso. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I've had conversations with HRIs. They are interested in it, I think. And Tyler, and they are really wanting to do it. So I'm hoping that we can engage them in the next round.
Sounds good, Dr. Trivedi. Just wanted clarification and make sure I was reading the maps right. Definitely, I would want to see the Rio Grande Valley because that really encompasses the entire border with Mexico. And as we well know, that's a very underserved area. So commend you and hope those nodes come on board. Thank you.
Apropos to your question, we are actually currently working with the developers in Sweden, and we are halfway through translating and adapting it to Spanish-speaking people in Texas. So we have engaged with Spanish speakers to help us make sure it is culturally sensitive for our population.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Trivedi.
All right. Any other questions? Hearing none. Dr. Williams, did you have anything to update us on the safe alternatives for teens and youth?
So Dr. Pincinati has been working with all the teams that are doing Safety A. They're identifying the providers. The UT team has gotten sort of the IRB processes complete that they needed to do. On their side, Baylor has also got our IRB processes complete. So we can sort of start to once the PCPs start doing the work, we can appropriately compensate them for participation. We have 3 cohorts of trainings already scheduled with the Safety A team. So we have one sort of cohort starting in February, another one in March, another one in April. This will allow us to give different times of the week for when we're doing not just the training, but the follow-up calls, the consultation calls to the primary care physicians that will be participating. We also work and aim to, within the cohorts, to have people at the individual HRIs do the additional training to become themselves trainers, so that again we can establish that workforce of Safety A, that they that each of the HRIs they can sustain this and keep going out and doing the Safety A training. The first cohorts will be run by the developers of Safety A, and then, like I said, we will get trained in ourselves and then be able to turn around and start training more people. So that's kind of where the Safety A program is currently.
And if I may, I think this is another example of the consortiums. It's been a pleasure with having Dr. Williams' team and our team work together on getting this through. So I think it's going to be a good program.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Williams. Look forward to hearing more as it continues to get rolled out. Sarah, I think I skipped over you earlier. Anything that you want to update us on?
Yes, I'd love to share the first quarter of ARPA metrics and give some updates there. Let me.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Start sharing my screen. Oh, perfect. Let's do. All right. Oh, I've got it. Perfect. Thank you, though. Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah McLaughlin. I am the ARPA project manager with the consortium, and I'm going to review the first quarter of ARPA projects, talk about some of the successes, and share some of the barriers and our plan of action to address that. As part of our overview today, we're going to review the CPAN expansion projects, the TCHAT expansion projects, CPE cap workforce, and then, like I said, those risks and actions. Our funding start date is September 1st, 2022, and we're going to call that the launch phase. During that time, we saw a lot of contracts being finalized and started, and having that funding begin to roll out to the HRIs to begin their operations. A lot of the operations involved the initiation of that hiring, training, and onboarding for these projects, including the program recruitment and outreach, making any necessary modifications, and adjusting tech design and implementation as well. I wanted to give everyone a heads up before I even go further that following this presentation, I would like to set a deadline by Friday. Each HRI is going to get a detailed Power BI report on each of the expansion initiatives that they're participating in. That is going to show their trajectory over time, show where they are in relation to their goal metrics, and where they are with their track. And following that, if meetings are necessary or anyone would like to discuss their project trajectory, I'm going to make myself open and available to that and get those scheduled to make sure all of the HRIs have what they need to be successful, to make sure that everyone feels supported, and to make sure that the operation phase is going really well and smooth. The first review is going to be the ARPA-funded CPAN projects. I'm going to explain this page a little bit before we move further. On the left, you're going to see some color codes associated with the expansion initiatives and the name of that initiative. And in addition to that, you're going to see the HRI participants to the right of that initiative. And then all the way on the right side of the screen, you're going to look at the main measurables that are associated with the CPAN project. With the color-coded boxes, that is going to be the project that is participating in that metric. In some of these metrics, we do have a little bit of overlap, so you might see a couple of boxes. That's just to give you some insight into what all is who all is participating in that metric. So overall, we have 89 direct consults for the first quarter, 8 PCP training and education sessions, 515 new providers enrolled with PeriPan, 42,000 children initially reached by collaborative care, 121 direct consults initiated via text in DM, and 70 consultations provided through PeriPan. The overview of the TChat projects, the exact same thing, but you're going to see a lot more colors because there is a ton of overlap. We're serving children directly. Our successes there have been 1,963 student sessions through these projects, 266 additional lives covered through TChat expansion, 933 unique youth served, 4,578 youth receiving mental health education and training, 52 group sessions, and 53 providers trained. And then finally, the CAP, CPWE, and other workforce projects. Overall, we've been able to provide 107 months of training, 2,289 appointments, and you're going to see a couple of zeros. With this particular project with this particular program and the projects falling underneath, this is where we've seen a majority of the contract holdups. It took about 90 days to get these contracts set up, get funding moving, and getting more on that implementation and operation stage. From my understanding, everyone should be on track now, but no alarm. That's just something that we're going to see as people get their contracts started. And in full transparency, we're going to do an overview of the risks that we're seeing and the plan of action that we're taking to address these risks. I'm not going to go into all of the details, but I did take the time to separate them into 6 general themes that we're seeing, 3 on this page and 3 on the next. As I've already mentioned, we've seen some pending contracts and MOUs showing a little bit of delay in the metrics that we would anticipate to see. That looks like everything is getting back on track. With outreach, this is a time for expansion and implementation and learning and onboarding. So we're learning a lot about which strategies are working, what strategies aren't working, and pivoting to make sure that we can do the best outreach that we can and do the best work that we can. We also have tech, as we're learning a lot more about these programs, as we're doing the training, as we're bringing on more people, as we're seeing how these programs are really fleshing out. There have been some adjustments in tech. We have, sorry about that. We have some queue of adjustments and modifications that are coming out in trait. And those are some of the things that maybe are documented by HRIs in their own systems, and we're working on integrating that. Privacy, right? We're learning a little bit more about the needs through contracts and discussion with legal and making sure we're doing our due diligence with privacy. That's just going to be up there so that we can be on track of everything that we need to do to make sure that these programs are running smoothly with no delays. The biggest issue that I'm seeing come through with the project status reports is staffing, difficulty hiring, difficulty recruiting, and a little bit more detail about staffing issues there. I know we've talked about this in previous executive committee meetings, but that is a very common theme that we're seeing. And then referrals. So difficulties with incomplete referrals being submitted by the community or difficulty reaching patients and finding ways to address that. All of the barriers that you see here do have a plan of action and there's sub-bullet right underneath. So we are on top of it. I am working with HRIs to make sure that we can move forward and alleviate any barriers that we're seeing. But that is the 6 major risk areas that we're encountering at this moment. And that is the end of the Q1 metrics.
Very good. Any questions? All right, I don't see any questions, but I think this is very useful. This is where we're going to need to be with the ARPA funds, that we're now getting into a time period where we need to be able to drive down into metrics. How many people are actually served? Are we making a difference? The outcomes. And so this is a good way to get us moving down that pathway. All right. Any other questions? All right, hearing none. One of the things that I wanted to do that I failed to do when we started was that we have a new member here, part of our consortium. Dr. Gutkin, we called your name earlier, but we really didn't introduce you. And so I think it would be helpful to the rest of your colleagues across the state of Texas to meet you. And again, very excited that Dr. Gutkin has joined us at UTRGV as the chair of psychiatry. And again, want to make sure you know who your colleagues are and the people that you can call for help across the state. And so Dr. Gutkin, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, David. So I'm the new chair here with the Department of Psychiatry at UTRGV and happy to have joined the UT system and this group, particularly with my first meeting. Very excited about the work that's being done and working together with Dr. Chapa. We hope to continue to try to contribute for the Rio Grande Valley to the efforts being shown here.
Very good. And Dr. Gutkin is taking Mike Patriarcha's position as a member of the executive council, and Dr. Chapa is going to be able to remain as part of this group. We're very excited about that. Again, thanks, Mike, to all the work that he's done. And welcome, Dr. Gutkin. Again, I think I can speak for the folks that are around the screen today and your colleagues that, if there's ways that we can help you, please feel free to reach out. We're always willing to help each other as we try to improve these programs and each other here in the state of Texas. So again, don't be bashful in reaching out for help to any of the people here that are here today.
Thanks very much. I'm sure I'll have opportunity to do that and welcome the invitation to do so.
Very good. Let's go now to the updates on the research projects. And actually, before I do that, I think some people have joined us since we began the meeting and probably need to for the record, make sure that we document those individuals. Luann, you want to check?
If you came online after we did the roll call, can you state your name and that you are present?
Sonia Gaines, present.
Thank you, Sonia. Anyone else?
Cesar Soutuyo, present.
Okay.
Thank you, Cesar. And anyone else?
Ani Talebi, present.
Okay.
Thank you, Hani.
I think John Scott was letting us know he was here too.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else? Right. So then let's go to the update on the research initiatives. The first, the Youth Depression and Suicide Research Network. Dr. Trivedi and Dr. Wakefield, do you want to update us on the work?
Sure. All right, so we are at 1310. We have consented 1454. You can see by months and by nodes. I think that things are moving as they have throughout in the same pattern. We have over 200 patients enrolled at UNT. Thank you, Dr. Farmer and and Dr. Podovitz, and UT Southwestern is close to that, and then the remaining you can see here. We actually, the bigger issue is obviously in our network, also the idea of making sure we are keeping people in the project throughout these. And we now have, as you can see, we have close to over 500 people who have completed their year one visit. So we are beginning to get to that point where we'll have more data on longitudinal course. We have finished over 8,500 visits. These are research data by month. So you can again see we have over 75% completed data all the way up to 1 year, which is very, very rewarding because, as you know, with all these longitudinal studies, keeping people in these studies for a long time often becomes a little hard. And so we've been working again, apropos to our implementation discussion earlier, we have constant calls, constant meetings. We've done site visits to various places in order to make sure that all the procedures are in place. This is the summary, and again, there's remained a little more steady. About 25% of people are in the 18 to 20 year age range, and 6%, 7% in the 8 to 11, which is means that the remaining are 12 to 17, which was to be expected. We are beginning to have the right distribution in terms of diversity. We have 10% African Americans and 44% Hispanic. The severity issue is really interesting. We have continued to have about 27% with moderate and 23.7% with moderately severe illness that enter the study, and about 25% with significant suicidal ideation, and 60% with moderate to severe anxiety. So this is a sick population. I just want to make sure we recognize these are patients going into child psychiatry clinics and in the real expert domains in each of the HRIs. So this is really the population that for lack of, we know these are access issue populations. So therefore they have gone through many treatment approaches before they make it there. We have had discussions about this, and we are beginning to look at some of the additional things. Dr. Lakey had brought up the issue of social media use, and we are beginning to get this. We'll have more data. This is the first look. We have a 10-item questionnaire we have put in. As you can see, the number of hours close to 35% on weekdays, and half the time on half the people on weekends spend 4 hours or more on social media use. And even the younger ages, there doesn't seem to be a significant difference. So it is not only a problem related to 12 to 17-year-olds, 6 years old, and 8 less than 6, 8 to 11-year-olds also spend a reasonably large amount of their time on, or unreasonably, depending on the on the view. We have looked at the first blush, 677 of the population that had at least 6 months of data, and we have clean data on them. And we see about 21% of people achieve remission within the 6 months, which is actually good and bad, and we can discuss all that. There are differences across sites. There are several sites that have over 33% remission rates. Some sites have lower. More work needs to be done. This was to be expected. We knew about this, that when we start, we really will have complete sort of penetrance of measurement-based care, follow-up, etc. But we are beginning to see this. And not surprisingly, as has been seen with a lot of longitudinal data, about a third of these people will lose that remission and will need additional treatments. And I think this lays the groundwork for what we are proposing in the next round. The good news, we have 5 manuscripts that are already reviewed. Actually, two of them, the first and the third, are now officially in press. The others, we have received reviews back. We are resubmitting. There are good news again is 22 other manuscripts are in various stages of development. 7 of the 12 nodes have proposed manuscripts. All nodes have contributed to at least one of these 5 manuscripts. There are several other manuscripts that are currently, analyses have been completed. Their drafts have been circulated. These will be submitted in the next 2 months. For example, number 6 has already gone through co-author reviews. We are putting final touches to be ready to be submitted by the end of next week. Same thing with 7. So there are more, all of these will be completed in the next 2 months. More of them analyses are in progress, and we are hoping that this would be the tranche that will be completed by the first quarter of this year. There is a particular special edition. Thanks again to Dr. Eric Storch for orchestrating this with our team. And so we have 5 manuscripts that are being developed for the special issue of Child Psychiatry and Human Development on measurement-based care. And those are currently being completed and they'll be submitted again very soon. So next steps, I think we have to build on this. We have to improve remission rates, obviously. And the 3 approaches we are recommending we do is really we have to be much more vigilant and enhance NBC implementation and efforts. I did not go through all the details, and we are still looking at the content and the specifics of the treatments these patients received. But initial blush clearly shows the 3 sites that have high remission rates use measurement-based care with much more fidelity, and even they are not complete fidelity, but at least, so this is the first thing that we definitely need to do. Second is to really engage with components of collaborative care, for example, regular follow-up, registries, making sure patients' visits are not missed, etc. Thirdly, we have, and I'll show you a little bit on that, and that is behavioral activation for high-need youth. So we are not thinking that this first round will do behavioral activation on 100% of youth, because that's just too big to contemplate. But we will develop criteria as a team, and we have a work group we are beginning to form, etc., that'll determine who should be eligible for the behavioral activation therapy. And the behavioral activation therapy, and there are some unique things, and I'll show that in a second. And then enhancing the functioning of the whole learning health network. I think this is the most exciting thing, and I'll come to that in a minute. So measurement-based care, again, in the interest of time, you have the slides. I'll rush through this, but this is not just putting PHQ-9. Every time I go to a health system and say we want to do measurement-based care, they say, oh, we are doing already PHQ-9. As Hani described, even collaborative care, it's not just saying it, it's trying to implement it, putting in the metrics, et cetera. And I think we have a lot of experience with this over 25 years, and I think we will make sure this happens. Something like a decision support tool may be something that needs to be added. Dr. Wakefield has mentioned this a couple of times on these EC meetings. We can talk or maybe put a separate agenda for that. They are using Vital Signs 6 in their many clinics, and I think you're seeing the results already. Collaborative care, enough discussion has been made, but we have to put this in practice. And that means each HRI, we will need to work very collaboratively with each of them to ensure a number of these components are really included in this so that they actually maintain the best care for this population we have identified, including with collaborative care coordinators and care navigators. Behavioral activation therapy, I think CBT has been known to be very effective, but to be very transparent, all of you know, what goes on in the name of CBT is really different. So we have to be much more concrete if we want to do this. So Sonia Demazian and Neil Jacobson developed behavioral activation as a component of this. We worked with them on trying to actually simplify it even further. We've come up with an 8-session version that we have now used in North Texas over the last 3-4 years. We have published several papers on this, showing its effectiveness. It's an 8-session, concretized, manual-driven behavioral activation that can be done even with teletherapy. And our current model in at least UT Southwestern is to use non-licensed clinicians. Well, there are studies from Europe also where they have used non-licensed clinicians, obviously under the supervision of licensed people. And so that will be what can make it possible to disseminate wider. So this is really, there are many components. I can go on and on about it, but and then the expansion of this into a real learning healthcare network. We are doing it by doing conference calls, etc., but this needs to be concretized. And I can, again, go into details if people are interested. I don't want to take up too much of the time on this, but you have to align stakeholders around a common goal, learn from each other, refine current standards. We have to have evidence-based treatments for each patient that goes through it, and document it and provide metrics for it. And then create an interactive forum so that one site learns from the other. There is no central expert in a true learning healthcare network. It is really all of us together. So we are working with each of the nodes. This was a charge we were given. Dr. Wakefield can expand on this. We have been contacting each node, and we want to be we need to be uniform with the CTRN, and Jeff Newport and Dr. Nemiroff have also developed their formula. We are working with each of the nodes to try to figure out what is the best formula that applies to them. We can then have commensurate funding. The idea is roughly about 650 for each node, with up and down based on what is possible at each of the nodes. The principles are that we want all the 12 HRIs to be involved. The second is not try to force recruitment, retention, and performance goals as uniform across all 12, but performance goals still will be uniform, but really how many patients, et cetera, will be determined by what is possible at each node, so that eventually still the goal of 2,500 is met across the 12 nodes. I'm going to stop here.
I see Steve Pliska's hand. Steve?
Yeah, this is very nice. I like the idea of maybe using supervised non-clinicians. I think that's very innovative. One of the real hardcore practical problems that we're running into with getting a good efficacious therapy for kids, you want them to come for 4 or 5 sessions CBT, is, kids don't want to miss school or miss practice. They want it after hours or Saturdays, but providers don't want, to talk about work-life balance. And they say, I don't want to see patients. It seems incredible that we hung up on that simple thing. But I'm just curious, in your studies, how you've addressed that issue, and it might be easier to hire non-licensed people to be more flexible in their scheduling than providers.
So thank you, Dr. Pliska, for the question. And Steve, all of these things we have used, but one central thing that has helped us is allowing for telemedicine available. So our behavioral activation, we orchestrated in a way that almost all the visits can, except the first one, can be done with virtual visits. And then we try to capture 3 to 5 or 3 to 6 in the day immediately after the school closes. But beyond that, I think the weekend part we have used, but I don't want to enforce that everywhere. But yes, we have actually a non-licensed clinician, but then we also have a licensed clinician available for supervision on Saturdays.
All right, well, it seems from our standpoint, for all the current programs we've got, that seems to be the biggest barrier, that, the conflict between the times the parents want, the times providers are willing to give, given the demand in the market. If you advertise as an after hours Saturday job, your number of applications, if you're, go down very substantially, unless you're in an area where there's a surplus of providers, and that's not too many areas.
And one thing to add to this, Steve, is that I now am actually engaged with the National Bipolar Disorder Learning Healthcare Network. And one of the reasons I think that the Learning Healthcare Network model needs to be put on this is because that is another way people actually change their practice based on what they see other places are doing. They're benefiting from it and how they're doing it. So then that can be actually transported to another node. If we went to all 12 nodes today and said, hire somebody for Saturday, it becomes a hard sell. So the idea there is that it becomes a virtuous learning cycle.
All right. Any other questions for Dr. Trivedi? Hearing none, first, again, congratulations on moving these forward and seeing the number of publications coming out and that the pipeline is encouraging. So again, that's a good success. It's one of the things that we told the legislature at the very beginning, that part of this is to increase the capacity of Texas to do great research, and in the future pull down more federal funds for this. And I think this helps sets that platform. So with that, Dr. Nemiroff, I'm going to go to you for the update on the Trauma Research Network.
Thank you, David. And I'm speaking on behalf of Dr. Wagner and Dr. Newport. And let me first thank all of you for being so remarkably supportive in terms of the UT system leadership as we've moved forward with this program. I'm going to provide you with a brief summary of where we are and then focus on our plans for the coming biennium. If I could figure out how to advance this, it would be really good.
Need to put it in display mode. Or else the animation won't work later.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
There you go.
So here's where we are. I think you'll be pleased to see. This is a graph of the subjects that we have recruited thus far, and then each of the sites. And as Dr. Trivedi indicated, they're a bit unequal because capacity is different at different sites. So we've recruited 1,550 children and adolescents, and that's translated into 4,600 plus visits as we follow them over time. And you can see the number of subjects that have been seen over the longitudinal course that is described here. And we're hoping to follow people for 2 years. Now, what you're seeing here is the patient retention, and Dr. Trivedi has already noted the data from the Depression Network. You can see we've done pretty well here, and we're actually retaining 35% of the subjects at 2 years is absolutely remarkable, and extremely rare in longitudinal studies to do that well. We have endpoint measurements at 1 year and 18 months as well. So what are we seeing in these 1,550 children and adolescents? These are their diagnoses in their index visit when we evaluate them at baseline, and you can see about 27% fulfill diagnostic criteria for PTSD. Not surprising relative to the fact that they all suffered an index criteria A trauma. But again, fitting with the adult literature, it's not 100%. right? Only about a quarter to a third of individuals exposed to these traumatic events develop PTSD. We'll see what happens over time. And then you see depression, about 18%. You see no psychiatric diagnosis after trauma in more than 15%. And then a whole medley of other diagnoses you would expect, including autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, a little bit of bipolar disorder, et cetera. Now, what kind of trauma are our children and adolescents being exposed to? And you can see that from the different sites that we are recruiting patients, and we've color-coded the types of trauma, as you see at the bottom, including violence and maltreatment, excuse me, accident, natural disaster, medical, family estrangement, et cetera. You see accidents are high at about 19%, having a family friend ill or dying, quite high at 16%, not surprising relative to the COVID pandemic. And then, of course, of great concern, sexual abuse is at 15%. Then being hospitalized or having surgery, and then physical attack, that would be mugging, domestic violence, and then you can see the other categories.
And Charlie, I see Danette Castle's hand up.
Okay.
So maybe take her question now. If it's to help explain kind of that clarification. Danette?
Okay, yes, thank you, Dr. Lakey. I just want to remind ourselves that we agreed early on, because of the nature of this research, the difference and the purpose and the intent, that we would use terminology about engaging instead of recruiting, and participants instead of subjects. And so that's just a simple reminder to everyone, but I thought it was the right moment to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Moving along. Let's see, sorry. Okay. This is a breakdown of the diagnoses of the subjects as a function of the type of trauma that they experienced. And so you could see here inordinately high rates of PTSD and major depression in those that are exposed to violence or maltreatment, including family violence, sexual abuse, and physical abuse. Then you can see the family estrangement category, relatively high rates of PTSD and depression. And then you see the other natural disaster having a bit lower rate of PTSD and MDD and so on and so forth. And we'll be, of course, writing these findings up for publication as well. You can see at the extreme right-hand corner of the PowerPoint that certain categories of trauma are associated with relatively low rates of a diagnosis or higher rates of no diagnosis. So like the YSDRN, the CTRN group has been busy with manuscript preparation, and Karen Wagner chairs the publication committee. And you see we have the first publication has been submitted to Psychiatry Research, and we have a series of publications here led by the individuals listed on the left from various of the HRIs, and of course more coming, and we're extremely excited about these results. There's very little data like this in the child and adolescent trauma literature. We have two studies that have emanated from CTRN. One is a NIH grant funded by NIAAA, which is focusing on predictors of development of alcohol use disorder and PTSD after trauma in adolescents. This is a two-site study using CTRN as a foundation, which involves UTMB and UT Austin. And you can see this grant was just awarded. So Dr. Newport and I and Dr. Wagner are getting ready to launch this, going through all the IRB and other necessities to get this going. It's a deeper dive into predictors of treatment response. And then you also see the Hogg Foundation provided us a small pilot grant to begin to look at evidence-based psychotherapy treatment at UTMB and at UT Austin. More about this as we expand to the next biennium. Well, what about the next biennium? We've worked closely with Lachelle and Nagla and David and Luann and Jonathan and a cast of hundreds to come up with our next 2-year plan. And that fundamentally takes our observational study of the consequences of trauma and trying to predict outcomes to bringing it to a new level by now training all 12 HRIs in trauma-focused cognitive behavior therapy. This is the gold standard of treatment for children with PTSD and adolescents. And so we're able to obtain some funds from UT System to begin prior to the biennium to train all the HRIs in trauma-focused CBT. We have some funds to set aside some of the time of the therapists. And in the next biennium, we plan to have hopefully two therapists at each site that's trained in trauma-focused CBT and credentialed in that regard. And you can see here what the paradigm is. We will continue with our baseline assessments to look at predictors of response, but we will focus the treatment on those individuals with PTSD.
And Charlie, if I could make one quick clarification. You said funds from the UT system. These are consortium funds, ARPA funds that haven't been used. Just to make sure it's clear to people listening in. It's not a separate pot of money that the UT system has put in. Just want to be clear there. Thank you.
I can't keep track of that. You know that. So we like YSDRN. We struggled with how to provide sufficient support to the nodes that were able to assess a large number of subjects compared to those that were unable to for one reason or another. And Dr. Newport came up with a plan first in terms of stipend distribution, which is operational now and will continue. And we ended up with 3 tiers of HRIs. The tier 1, which consisted of Austin and Houston, we've had the most success, followed by tier 2, which, as you can see, are 5 HRIs, followed by tier 3, which are an additional 5 HRIs. So you see how the stipends vary depending on subjects that are ascertained. And then we decided to move forward and try to put this into play for each of the subsequent HRIs in the next biennium. So let me tell you the good news. The good news is that all of the nodes will receive more funding than they have in the previous biennium. So everybody is going to have an increase in their funding. This is the tier 1 group. Those were the 5 schools that had the lowest number of subjects that were recruited. They will be receiving a total, as you can see here, of $196,219 per year. At the current time, each of the nodes is receiving $125 per year. Tier 2 is that middle group of 5 schools, and they will be receiving a total of $343,626 per year. As is shown here, the increase in the funding relates to the number of staff they need to manage that level of subject ascertainment. And then the third tier will be receiving $419,238. If you look at the overall budget for CTRN, you could see where we were in the current year with the hub and the nodes, and obviously the nodes have the largest amount of funding. It's about 3.7 million, and you can see with the budget that we worked on with Jonathan and Luann and David, it will go up to about 5.5 million for 23-24 and 5.6 million in 24-25. And that's all she wrote. Glad to take questions. And I've got Dr. Newport and Dr. Wagner are here to chime in if need be.
If I can interject one thing, the slides Charlie showed. If I can interject one thing, the slides Charlie showed that showed diagnoses and types of trauma. The diagnoses, those were primary diagnoses. And so only one diagnosis listed per child. So for example, the actual number of kids who fulfilled criteria for major depressive disorder was considerably higher than the 18% when you factor in those for whom it's a secondary diagnosis, and same thing with other anxiety disorders and so forth. And similarly with the trauma, the traumas that were listed were the worst trauma that was identified during the interviews. And it's been a while, Charlie, since we've looked at this, but as I recall, on average, the kids participating in the study had experienced 3 to 4 traumatic events of the various different types of trauma over the course of their lives. So the overall numbers are actually even considerably higher than what you saw. Okay. Dr. Tominga, I see your hand, and then Alan, I'll go to you next.
Great, thank you. This was really very nice to see about the trauma net, Charlie, and your whole team. As I was looking at some of the ways that you organize the data, it really looked like there was a high family association, or what would you call them? High family association traumas predicted poor function or were associated with poor function. So my question is about, do you guys do any family therapy, either just along with your interviews and things, or do you do any family therapy for any of the traumas?
So Carol, remember that in this iteration of the project, therapy is not a component.
Right.
So we refer our children and adolescents out, and as you would imagine, some of them get therapy, some of it's evidence-based, some of it isn't, which is why we're moving to a trauma-focused CBT. Family therapy has not been a component of our network, and as I understand it, nor the depression network. And obviously, it's something we would definitely want to investigate, perhaps in the next biennium after the next one.
Do you think that family, does the data, did I misread the data, or does it look like like family therapy might be something you would think about?
I don't think you misread the data. I had the same, I was struck by the same thing that you were, Carol. It's far outside my area of expertise to comment on how effective a family intervention would be intuitively. I would agree with you, but that not being my expertise, I don't want to be dogmatic about that.
Cool, thanks.
Let me go to Alan, and then Dr. Wakefield, and then Dr. Mitchell.
Jeffrey, one of the things when you're talking about the data in terms of, there's a lot of accident that we have in there, that they've had an accident, and out of those accidents, we're finding other traumas that may have occurred to that individual. And as we begin to look at those, how do those pan out in terms of the PTSD? Because depending upon the accident, a person came to the ER, they broke their leg, they're out ice skating. Yeah, it's a trauma. I know some of those come in. But within that, do they have PTSD from the accident, or are they having PTSD from the family events, as Carol's pointing out? Is it the family component where you're seeing that PTSD reoccur, where they have the nightmares, the flashbacks of being beaten or, spousal abuse.
So the instrument that we're using, the TCMHCC, and at the moment, I'm forgetting what the acronym stands for, is what we're using to collect the data regarding trauma exposure. And after you go through all the different categories, there's two summary items on that. One is the worst trauma. The other one is the most recent trauma. And there are certainly instances in which they're one and the same, but other instances in which they're not. As they transition during the visits from completing this trauma inventory to doing the PTSD rating scale, they're referring back to what was identified as the worst trauma, although we give some latitude because we know some kids have these complex trauma histories. And so we give some latitude to accommodating that in it. But by and large, it will link to, when we're evaluating PTSD symptoms, to what the child identified as that worst trauma. And I think, but we have the data in hand from the TCMHCC to really look specifically at what you're alluding to.
Dr. Wakefield?
Thanks. I'm going to defer to Dr. Mitchell since I saw her hand up, and then I may comment after.
Okay, Dr. Mitchell.
I wanted to follow up on the questions and comments about the family therapy component. And I think it's a good question and a good thing to bring up, because a lot of the times when our kids are experiencing trauma, their other members of their family have also experienced trauma as well. And the good news is here that I wanted to point out is the therapy approach that was mentioned, trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. A large component of that intervention is the caregiver component to that. And so the whole length of treatment, there is a continuous parenting or caregiver module component that's a part of every session. And so I think that the things that you're mentioning there will be incorporated, although maybe not considered family therapy in the way many of us know family therapy. It is a full context intervention that includes caregivers. In that, they learn about caregiving strategies, they learn how to support kids who have experienced trauma. So I think that we will be able to get at that partly with trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy.
Very good.
I was gonna say the same thing. So.
All right. Very good. Well, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'm going to transition to kind of a next phase of this research conversation and just kind of put things in perspective related to the legislative session and the role of the executive committee. What we've heard today, we've been working with both Dr. Trivedi and his group and Dr. Nimroff and his group as they have worked with the institutions on what they believe are the budgets they need in order to move this into a next phase that makes sense. And in some ways, moving into a therapy component and educational component on these initiatives. But we try to incorporate those into the budget. But there's going to come a time after the legislative session is finalized, when a budget is approved, where a budget's going to have to be approved out of this committee. And so I just want to make sure that the executive committee knows that we're not trying to usurp your role in approving a final budget, but we needed to give the legislature some ideas on how we believe the funds should be used. The other part of that conversation, though, is that we put in a item we put it in to be determined. And that may sound a little loose. We had conversations with the legislature and what we're thinking about that additional growth. And we had conversations with a variety of leaders around this table of what would make sense as a next step for research. Last legislative session, well, let me back up. The first legislative session, they put in $10 million, which is about 10% of our budget. Our budget has grown, and we believe that there's a role to increase that component. And so the amount of money that we asked in this last legislative budget was $27.5 million for research. That right now is in the base budget. Okay. And that's,
is that still 10%?
That is less, and but we're trying to grow it back up to about 10%. We've gone, and we'll talk more about this, but we've gone from the first session, $100 million, of which we used 91, to this session will be above $300 million of ask. And I'll talk more about that later. But with that, we were able to get the legislature to put more money in. Now, what I would like, we've had conversations with folks related to this. I think one of the challenges in really moving the state forward and being a leader in mental health research, now that we are working together, is helping our junior investigators to get started. It really takes a lot to get your first NIH grant and to get established. We have a lot of people around this table that are established and are bringing in funds, but we need more of those individuals. And so what we would like to discuss with you as more dollars are available is to sequester some of those dollars. I'm thinking somewhere in the realm of $4 million to $5 million. The absolute amount will be determined as we work together related to that. But set up a process using a peer review process of people outside the state with criteria that are established by this group on what we believe are important to have individual projects funded. Again, I would argue that we need to focus on the junior level folks. We should have some focus on improving collaboration, especially between institutions. These would be one-time funds and not with a assumption that grant would be renewed over and over. That the projects would have to be completed within the time period that we have, the dollars. And that there should be a part of that staging these individuals to be ready to bring in that next federal fund as part of that. And so want to just lay that idea out there. I talked to, again, several folks, and they seem to think that makes sense. If we can meet the needs of the two current projects, use these additional funds in that way. But again, not approving anything now, that'll come at a later date. But want to get a sense from this committee if that seems to be a good direction to go into as the next stage of building research capacity in mental health in the state of Texas.
So you're talking about seed grants, that this is kind of like a seed grant that you would have for this promotion.
Yeah.
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Okay. Charlie.
I mean, this is exactly what our junior faculty throughout the state really need. To be able to compete. And I think there are enough experts outside of Texas that we could help form a review committee that would be judicious in their decisions. But I think it's obviously the next level and it will have a multiplier effect.
Several folks around this table were at a summit we put together in the UT system back in November related to brain research. And we had the leaders from the NIH, both on neuroscience and on mental health that were here. And this was a recurring theme that I heard was the challenge of getting that individual started in that academic career and get them to where they have the data they need to be successful in their grant opportunities. Dr. Wagner, I see your hand, and then Dr. Martinez, I'll see your hand.
Yeah, I think it's a fabulous idea. What probably the number one thing that stops clinicians from going into research is that they have no startup funds. They have no time protected to do research. They may have interest, but without financial support and time, that career is lost, whatever one it might have been. So I think this is one of the best ideas I have heard in a very, very long time.
That's good to hear. Thanks, Karen. Octavio?
David and everyone, I just want to concur with the concept. I think it is an excellent idea. I was at the Brain Health Summit as well for the UT held systems, and it was a recurring theme. But as we look at the workforce, when it comes to researchers, we know that the pipeline needs to be invigorated, and this is a wonderful way of doing that. I also would just mention it's also a great way to ensure that we're diversifying our researchers and the ones that are representing the great state of Texas. So just want to concur with the concept.
Thanks. Another part of the concept that I just want to make sure that we're all together on is the legislature has funded our research because the research has been designed to improve the systems of care here in the state of Texas. And we haven't been funding bench research and those type of things. And we'll need to continue down that stream. And so this is where some of our partners that aren't at our academic institutions will be very helpful. Sonia, you and your team, I think, helping us work through what are some of those themes that would be important for us as a state to improve the systems of care. I think that'll be an important part of the conversation. But again, want to make sure we're consistent with the obligations we have because of the type of money we have and follow the rules. But again, this is an area that we need significant research and improvement here in the state of Texas. Again, just want to make sure that that is good with everybody too. Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep working on that. I have my preliminary thoughts on paper. I think it was premature to put that out here yet, but we will put that up at the next meeting and our subsequent meetings as we put all these three pieces together in the amount of budget that the funding that the legislature ends up providing to the consortium. But again, want to give you the good news that that part right now looks pretty solid. Again, anything can change during a legislative session, but again, very grateful to the legislature for putting some dollars there that I think could be really instrumental in moving the state forward. Dr. Trivedi, I saw your hand.
Very quickly, I agree with Dr. Wagner, and this may give us an opportunity to create infrastructure for grants that is not duplicating what NIH does, but provide some protected time for clinicians to do this, and then match with what Sonia or Danette might say are the needs. So this may give us an opportunity to be smart and do something that is a hole in the funding stream anyways.
Yeah. So I look forward to working with you to put this down in paper and figure out exactly how we do that. But that's the direction that I'd like to go in. Again, I think if we can pull 4 to 5 million to use for those junior investigators, early clinicians, early faculty members that are trying to go down the path so that they're in these seats in the future, that they need some help. And this is I think might be a smart way to help move them forward. With that, it is 10 till noon, and I've been told that our food is here. So we're going to take a break. I think 12:30, does 12:30 sound reasonable? At 12:30, we will resume. Again, I need to make sure we'll have to check quorum again to make sure we have everyone here. But at 12:30, we will resume this meeting of the Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium and finish the last task of our day. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. We will start again in about a minute. So if people could, again, return to your seats, we'd appreciate that. We have probably about an hour's worth more of work to do. But again, we'll start in about a minute. All right. Well, good afternoon. We're going to take, Luann, I think we should take attendance again real quick and make sure that we have our quorum. But it looks, if people could turn on your cameras, I can count over 20 people, but some of them I just see the name. So we need to make sure that there's at least 17 people here. But
All right,
Go ahead,
I'll go
Luann.
through it. Bobbito,
Here.
Later, Castle,
Here.
Chapa, Farmer, Goodman,
Here.
Harper,
Here.
Johnson, here, Keller,
Here.
Lakey,
I'm here.
Keller, would you like to? No, I'm just kidding. Liberzon,
Here.
Martin, Sarah,
There, I'm here.
Martinez,
Here.
Mayor, Mitchell,
Here.
Nemiroff,
Here.
Newport, Nichols, here, Pliska. Thought I saw.
I am here.
Podewiltz,
Here.
Schlacklin, Scott,
Here.
Flores.
Here.
Yeah, okay. Teminga,
Here.
Thompson, Wakefield, here, Wesley,
Here.
Williams,
Fully accounted for.
Goodkin,
Here.
and Chapa. I see that you are here as well. Okay, thank you. We definitely have quorum. Yeah.
All right, very good. So with our remaining time, we're going to do basically three things. We have a couple of quick updates, discussions in general, and then we'll go through the numbers on CPAN, CPE, the update from the costs like we always do. And then we're going to talk about the budget and the process and the legislative session. So let me start off the discussion. We're on number 5A on our agenda. I was asked to give a short update on TChat and the expansion. Basically, to thank everyone for the work that you're doing to expand TChat. And we'll get into the numbers a little bit later. But as everyone around this virtual table knows, we have been given the direction to expand TChat to every school that wants TChat in the state of Texas. I want to thank the institutions for providing us the data every month. We are providing that information to the governor's office, to the speaker's office, to the lieutenant governor's office on a monthly basis. We continue to see progress, but still a lot of work to do. We're right now at about 2.6 million kids covered in the state of Texas. We're about 48% of the student body in the state of Texas that are covered and have TChat available. But still a lot of work to do. And so again, we just wanted to encourage you to continue the work. Again, there's a lot of, I think, peer-to-peer learning that is taking place, and would encourage you to work with your peers and figure out how do we get to the remaining schools. But again, just want to make sure that we have a focused attention on getting the MOUs in place. I know one of the challenges, the biggest challenge that I hear over and over again is staffing and hiring the people we need to do this and get as we move forward. But again, a lot of interest from the legislature to make sure we continue to move down that path. Luann or Lachelle, anything that you want to say from the visits related to the rollout of TChat or anything that we need to discuss further?
I was just going to say, this is Luann. I think it's mostly the challenges have to do exactly what you're saying with workforce, being able to recruit and retain, frankly, staff to provide services. And then just also, the bandwidth that has to do with. We do keep track of, reasons why if a school district decides that they have enough services available. We keep track of all that data. So if people have questions about, how are you doing? Are you in my district, et cetera? We feel like we feel pretty confident we can answer those questions as to why and what's happening. So I think from our perspective, we just appreciate all the hard work everybody's doing. We know that it is not easy, and that the demands for services are really high right now. And when you have recruitment and retention issues, it just makes it much more complicated. So we really appreciate all the efforts everyone is doing. So thank you.
And I was just going to quickly share the slides from that report that we send out. It is available on our team site, but just so you have a better understanding of where we're at the state level, we are making significant progress. There's the colors are a little bit odd on the screen, but the orange right now, those are ones where we have an MOU in place and we are waiting to onboard the school district. That may be because the school hasn't given us the authority to move forward. They're waiting for, timing wise, they're waiting for that rollout. Or it could also be that the HRIs don't yet have the staff to be able to offer those services. They're busy recruiting. But when you look overall at where we're at, the gray is what's left. And you can see from an HRI perspective, we are really making progress as we move through. As Luann mentioned, we changed the template that we use to collect this information slightly so that we can group why when districts decline, why they're declining. And I'll just skip to that really quickly. So we appreciate your patience in working with Molly to get those updated. And sorry, let me just go back really quick. This just shows our growth over time and how we've been ramping up to cover the state. The top one being the population that's covered, and the bottom, the growth of the schools.
Can you move it over to the right, because we've cut off the last several months? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm. So you can see the continued growth in the number of schools covered and the number of students that are covered, but we still have a lot of growth needed if we want to fulfill that direction from the legislature over the next year. Let me rephrase that. We want to fulfill that. It's just if we're going to be able to meet it because of the recruitment challenges that we have right now.
Yeah. And these are just the districts that have indicated to the HRIs that they don't want to participate in TChat and what those reasons are. So we have a better understanding of who's declining and why. Just to reiterate what Dr. Williams, what Dr. Lakey mentioned, we are hearing from the HRIs that you're struggling to recruit, and it's very important that you put in your status reports to us any kind of issues that you're encountering so that we can clearly communicate those back. So I know I've said this several times, but anytime you have an issue, make sure you put it in your status report so we can reflect that back in our reporting.
Steve, I see your hand.
Yeah, I think one of the thorny issues that's come up with us is school districts either don't return our calls. They literally don't even engage with us, or when they do, they kind of just never say no, but they never say yes. You're just either they never take the next step, they don't do anything with the MOU, or the MOU gets caught in some kind of, well, it's still sitting at another level. And the question becomes, at what point do you just say, okay, they are officially, they've really in fact declined, even though they haven't said that overtly? I'm not asking for a direct answer for that now, but that's a situation that we've noticed with a couple of districts.
I think that's helpful, Steve. And I had a good conversation with John Scott a little while ago, a couple of weeks ago, and he wants to be helpful. And I see Julie Wayman is online with us in his stead right now. And if we see some of those systematic challenges in certain areas, the feedback that I got from John was they'd like to know, and if there's ways that TEA can be helpful and encouraging and moving some of those things forward, they're willing to be helpful and aid us in that. Julie, am I saying that right? Is there anything that you would like to say?
Yes, absolutely. I think, John, if we've got John back on yet, I think we both are willing to help. We want to help. We can encourage. We send out messages. We want everybody to participate. Thank you for sharing those reasons on that other slide. I understand some people do have other providers, but certainly having this available to every school is our intention. And I'm here if I can help you on the ground. John is traveling a lot. Email me, julie.wayman at tea.texas.gov, and I can help you try to reach out to a district, explain what you do, encourage them, and try to help do some public relations and marketing from that angle.
That'd be real helpful in the scenario that Steve Pliska just kind of outlined, where they're not getting any feedback from that school district, and just to make sure that they understand that this isn't spam, that we really are supported by the state to do this, and it can maybe bump it up just a little bit. I know the principals to get a ton of emails and trying to prioritize can be a challenge, but again, I think that's where you guys could help us in certain situations if we let you know in an organized way that the challenges that we're seeing.
Julie, let me know. So I may email you just to discuss some of the districts we've been trying to get a firm answer from.
Yeah, maybe we can talk about it, see if we got, maybe we need to hit on another person. Dr. Williams is shaking her head. She thinks that'd be a good idea too. So yeah, maybe we can just consult a little bit on it and see if there's somebody else we might want to hit up or what we can do. Yeah.
That'd be excellent. Thanks, Julie.
Sure, welcome. Thank you for everything you do.
Alex, let's go to you and then to Brittany.
Yeah, thank you for that slide. I'm just wondering, since you do have X millions of covered lives that the TChat covers right now, do you know what the total covered potential lives could be in the state of Texas as a benchmark for us to shoot for?
That's on the slide. I think it's 5.4 million kids that are in schools across the state of Texas.
Okay, I didn't see that. Sorry. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, and so we're right now about 49% of the kids in school are covered by TChat right now. And so you see a mix. Sometimes an ISD will have it, but not all the schools have the program rolled out, and some ISDs don't have it yet. Again, your institutions have been prioritizing to get it based on need and a variety of other factors. but just, it's going to continue to be that ongoing work to get it, to make sure that every school has had the option to say yes. Brittany?
Yes, I just had a comment. I don't know that there's a solution for this, but something that we are running into is as we are recruiting, we're pulling existing mental health providers that are already in school districts out. A lot of our applicants are coming from school districts. We hired 2 recently, and that school district actually brought up that 2 of their campuses are now short-staffed because their providers left to come to our program. We also had another district that wanted us to put in our contract that we would never hire any of their therapists, which we didn't do because I feel like that's the therapist, not for us to say, but that's how concerned some of them are about losing their own staff to this program.
Yeah,
I know there's a solution, but it is something we're seeing enough to bring up. So
No, thanks for bringing that up. And I think that's why some of the other workforce development initiatives we've been trying to get funding for will be important. It's just, when we have the vast majority of the counties in Texas being mental health shortage areas, we're going to have to build the workforce. And as I've told the legislature, as we build out TCHAT, this isn't to replace those counselors. This is to help supplement them and enable them to be able to care for the kids. And we don't have a desire at all to recruit out. But the other side is that, people make a decision on where they want to work and they apply, and you can't say you can't apply just because you work for a certain entity if they have that career option in front of them. So, but we'll continue to try to develop the workforce as a whole in Texas. But thanks for bringing that up. Okay. Any other comments? All right. Hearing none, let's go to the next part of this, 5B, an update on the 2023 Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Fellowship match at our institutions. I have down who's going to lead this every HRI, which means it's no one per se, but any updates from your institutions on how match is going and for those child and adolescent slots that we have here in Texas.
Yeah, Dr. Blakey, I just wanted to say the reason we put this on here is we had a conversation with some of you about some of the successes you've had with the match. And so we really wanted to hear from you because it's exciting to know that we have individuals out there who will be coming into our child and adolescent fellowships across the state. So we just wanted an update to hear how that's going and what the numbers look like.
Yeah, so it was a very competitive match. And as you know, many of the programs in the United States didn't fill because child psychiatry, unlike adult psychiatry, which is now the most popular specialty. But I think overall, so we filled all of our slots, did well, and we probably could have expanded even further.
Yeah.
And I suspect almost everybody, and we should hear from everybody about how they did. But I think almost all of the folks that we recruited are coming from outside of Texas.
Wow, good.
This is our first year, and we filled.
You filled your first year?
All right.
Yeah, that's good news.
One from our own program and then one from another part of the state.
Okay.
For the UT Houston HRI, we filled all our spots, 5 from Texas, 1 from outside.
Very good. Laurel, how'd you guys do?
Yes, we have filled all of our slots. This is the 3rd year running with the consortium dollars adding. So we're very excited. And I agree. It was a competitive match across this country. The fill rate was actually a little bit better this year, but we have an ongoing sort of national problem about how to encourage more residents, medical students to pursue child psychiatry as a profession. So workforce expansion, keep going.
Very good. Karen, I see you took yourself off mute.
Oh, I guess I just was off mute. We filled three of the slots, but we were not participating in the fellowship program because we didn't need additional slots.
Okay. All right.
We have at Texas Tech, we have a slot remaining, but we are currently interviewing for that slot or setting up those interviews. So we are hopeful that we will have that last slot filled. We're excited.
Good. Sarah Martin, how about you guys?
Yes, we filled. All of our slots were internal filled. So I really think one thing that led to that was that we have every PGY2 in our program, as well as most of the PGY3s rotate through these consortium projects. Mostly TChat, but then now we have CPEN one-time consult, so we're there on that, and then of course CPWE, and I think we've gotten really good feedback from that, and yes, we are full. We're so happy.
Good for you guys. Yeah, congratulations. Steve Flitzka, I saw you take your hand.
We filled all 6 of our slots, 4 internally, 2 externally from other Texas programs, I believe. We also were able to get the military agreed to gave permission to one of our Air Force residents to just join the program as an extra person, and there's no cost to us to that, but so we'll have even more firepower, so to speak, to see patients in the years ahead and expand the workforce, because there's a shortage within the military of child psychiatrists as well.
That's good.
David, I'm ready if you want me to go ahead.
Go ahead, Carol.
We had 9 slots open this year and we filled them all. That gives us 18 fellows in total. That may seem like a high amount to all of you, but we're just building a new state hospital now that Houston knows about, that Dell knows about, and we have 100 children's beds in that hospital. So we have to start really getting our child fellows in place. In addition to the 9 slots that we filled, we were also allowed this year, we applied and we were allowed to start a triple board residency. That's adult and child psychiatry and pediatrics. And we have 4 slots that are open for that triple residency, and we'll fill those at the end of this month. Excuse me, we will hear back about those at the end of this month, and we hope we fill them.
Excellent. Anybody else?
Yes, UT Tyler, this was our second match. We filled one of the 2 positions through the match, and then we filled the last one with an outside candidate outside of the match. That person's coming from another place, but the one that we did match came from a Texas program.
Great. Well, that's exciting. You know, so for UNT and Tyler, it's exciting that 3 years ago these fellowship programs were not in existence, and not only do you have them established, but you're filling already. Yeah, that's great. Anybody else?
If I could say something a minute else, David, you know, it used to be that there were almost no psychiatrists that didn't match after in child psychiatry and in adult psychiatry. But now both child and adult psychiatry are so sought after that we're the second or third most sought after, that we have the second or third largest number of slots that go unfilled after the lottery. So I think that just listening to everybody, it sounds like we're doing extraordinary.
Yeah, it sounds like everyone's doing really well. Anybody's experience different? Yeah. Good. So, you know, when we look at the numbers as a whole, it looks like we have increased the number of fellows training in Texas from before the consortium was started till now by 70%.
Whoa.
That is a significant increase in the number of fellows training, child and adolescent fellows training in the state of Texas. And so thank you all for developing these programs, the recruiting, et cetera. That's, I think, one of those success stories because of the work that you're doing. So thank you. Any other comments on that? hearing none, Lachelle, let's go to you related to the report on the CPAN site visits that you've been doing.
All right. So this has been quite the endeavor, going around and meeting everybody. Wasn't me by myself. It's been the whole team kind of going, along with David Lynch from our internal evaluation team, going and meeting the different CPN, TChat, CPWE, CAP Fellowship teams at each of the HRIs. I want to start by saying we first did our site visit in spring of last year, our very first site visit. We only did our last one, was it last week? So it's been quite the process to get through everybody. And as I'm presenting information, just bear in mind that these are point in time observations, and obviously a lot of work has been going on in the meantime. And so we know that things have shifted as we've moved. So Jonathan's very kindly doing the slides for me. If you want to go to the next one. So the site visit structure was at the very beginning, we requested a list of different types of documentation associated with the work that you're doing. We had a place to receive that documentation. We confirmed staff names, and we had surveys sent out to those staff to gather some additional information. We collected financial reports, and then we did the on-site in-person interviews and gathered a lot of data and metrics that were discussed during those site visits. Next. So I'm going to go through the different high-level areas that we touched on during the site visit, the first being for CPAN outreach and enrollment. So what we found as we went and visited with all of the teams, and especially in reviewing all the documents that were provided to us, the HRIs have created a vast repository of printed and digital materials in their outreach effort. They do vary significantly from HRI to HRI. I think there's been more movement towards standardization, but at the time we just saw a lot of differences between those printed materials. And so there was some need, I think, to have that reviewed and have a level of standardization for brand conformance, if nothing else. So some of that is underway right now. We also found that the teams varied widely in their outreach and communication strategies and the internal resources available to support them. Some of the HRIs were quite mature in their communications teams and had a lot of bench experience that they could bring to the work they were doing, and others did not. So Laura Cruzada Davis has been working with the HRIs, and she's created this community of practice where she's hoping to help support some of the HRIs that don't have the same level of resourcing that some of the more mature teams have. We also found that less than half of the HRIs had clearly defined time-bound goals related to outreach activities and enrollment. Next slide. So as we reviewed all of the metrics, the documentation, and had these site visits, there were a couple of things that we found the most effective teams had in place. One of those was clearly defined roles around outreach and having regions assigned to those staff that were conducting the outreach. We also found that those that were successful had very detailed spreadsheets or other tracking mechanisms to track all of the activities that were ongoing. When did they last touch a provider or a clinic? When did they do a presentation? When was the last in-person visit? Not everybody had that, but we found that some of them were using that to do then a set or regular cadence for that outreach, which was the third element. Knowing exactly how often am I going to send a newsletter out? How often am I going to do that in-person outreach to that clinic? And how often am I going to call them? We found that there was a few that had spent time really planning their outreach, and they were tracking the effectiveness of that outreach by monitoring the impacts to call volumes. So very strategic in the way that they were going out and reaching to different providers within their region. There were a few that were also leveraging their psychiatrists for outreach in a very direct way. They either had them doing site visits going out and visiting the providers in their community, or they were calling them. So more of a peer-to-peer outreach. And then some were using CME offerings as a way to remind the enrolled providers about CPAN. And they had processes in place to acknowledge super users. So there were a couple of institutions we just wanted to call out as we go along for different things, but in reviewing the documentation, I think UTMB and UT Austin Dell Medical School really stood out in their outreach planning and goal setting. They had very mature sort of strategic documentation and very well-defined goals that they were hoping to achieve. Texas Tech El Paso had a partnership with their, or they have a partnership with their pediatric and family medicine training programs. And there's others that have those relationships with their programs at their HRIs, but I feel like they not only introduce themselves at the beginning, but they maintain that relationship throughout by providing education, and that stood out to me. Tyler was very focused on enrolling and engaging nurse practitioners. We know that the rural areas have a different composition, and so that's more important to them, and their numbers reflect that. Texas Tech had their clinicians traveling 1 day a week to engage with physicians in the community. And just general findings, HRIs were flagging first-time providers when they were handing off to the psychiatrists so they could spend more time explaining CPAN. It felt like that was a better quality service that we were offering. We're spending that time reminding the provider what CPAN is all about and how they can utilize our services. And then handwritten thank you notes after a provider's first CPAN call was the last item here. So some of the challenges in the outreach and enrollment area that we were told about. First one is just the target list of providers. We know this was one area where there were some challenges up front. We received a list of who was licensed, and I think were a couple of iterations trying to get to a clean list. Some of the HRIs were using different criteria to figure out who they should be outreaching to, and so there was just a bit of confusion. I think that came out in the site visits. That was an area of concern or challenge for them. The other thing that came up was just the challenge of getting past the front office gatekeepers and being able to connect with providers. We know from the state visits, or sorry, the state meetings that Dr. Williams has on a biweekly basis, that this is something that's discussed pretty regularly. So there are techniques that are already being used to try to figure out how do we get past that, including putting labels on envelopes when you go and do site visits, setting up some lunch and learns, figuring let's see. I had a couple of areas that somebody had told me about. So using the psychiatrist again for that peer-to-peer engagement. The third area of concern was just so many, CPAN originally was set up to help address the shortage of psychiatrists and mental health providers in the state by supporting the physicians in managing less severe conditions with their patients. But some of the HRIs are coming back and saying there's a good portion of PCPs that they don't want to manage that care. They want to refer out for all mental health issues. Maybe they're not interested or they're not comfortable doing so. And so this is another area where we're trying to figure out how do we change that mindset. And we're not going to do it for everybody, but are there things we can do to try to make them feel more comfortable? And I think that education piece is a part of that. And then the last challenge was really around our rural areas and the size and the provider mix within those regions. So just geographically being so spread out makes it more of a challenge for those HRIs to get out and touch, individual providers, but also the providers in those regions tend to be more, we've heard that nurse practitioners is one of the types of mental health care that they really rely on, using those nurse practitioners. And some of the providers out in the region maybe don't feel as comfortable with technology. So being able to outreach to them via email is not going to be as easy as it is within the more urban areas. So on provider training and education, we found that there's a lot of work, again, that's gone into creating educational materials and videos on a variety of mental health topics. It was just amazing to me how many videos and webinars our HRIs have created. And I think it really flagged the need for us to spend more time developing our consortium website so that those kinds of materials can be accessed more readily across the whole state instead of having to visit individual HRIs. Most HRIs did have monthly CME offerings. And since we started the site visits, we did create a central repository within the team site for us to start collecting that, because that was another area where we felt there was an opportunity. If we can gather all of that before the CMEs happen, we can promote them on our website and through our newsletters. We also found that HRIs had varying experiences with Project Echo. I think a lot of them started out strong, and then as they continued, the feedback we received was participation may have been more of a challenge, with physicians not attending on a regular basis and not getting some of the case information that they would need to make it more of a interactive session. And so there was feedback from some of the HRIs that they question whether we should be focusing as much attention on Echo versus CME. And I think this is one of the things that needs to be talked about further in the state meetings. So of note, when we did the site visit, Texas Tech had a very robust training program. The staff there very focused on how can we provide this service to clinic staff, and they offered customized virtual trainings for clinic staff as a way to further engage and get them utilizing CPAN. Baylor College of Medicine had a biweekly lunch and learn. So they had a psychiatrist that would go to Texas Children's Pediatrics to consult on cases and hear questions and present on a topic that PCPs had asked for. Again, another way to get embedded within that group and get feedback and get those physicians feeling more comfortable with our psychiatrists. So hopefully they start using CPAN. Texas Tech El Paso had a monthly consultation hour, and San Antonio's calendar of CME, they were trying to align the CME with the awareness month. So for example, trauma-informed primary care would be provided on National Trauma Awareness Month, or pediatric eating disorders during National Eating Disorders Awareness Week. So just kind of being creative in how they were offering their CME. Jumping into program operations, we did ask for org charts from all of the HRIs, and one thing that really stood out for both CPAN and TChat was just what a variety of positions we had across the different HRIs. We do feel like further evaluation is probably needed to identify the most cost-effective and productive team structures, and that's likely an area for either our internal or external evaluation teams to delve into in the next biennium. Teams with the best recruitment and retention of staff appeared to have higher numbers of remote workers, and processes for updating resource lists varied across the HRIs, but all of them reported issues with the central platform that's currently in place to gather that data. And so there is some work underway right now with Wellnity to improve search capabilities and add additional functionality that will hopefully help meet some of these teams' needs, but we're going to be engaging all of the HRIs. We've asked for your resource list, and we're going to be engaging you on the use cases to make sure that if we do make these improvements, that they're going to be useful for your teams. A good portion of HRI staff indicated that additional training would have been helpful as part of their onboarding. We reviewed all of the training materials that were provided to us as part of the documentation request, and only about a third of the HRIs had comprehensive training materials, indicating that this might be an area that we need to look at a little bit further. I think there's some materials that the COSH has put in place, and there were a couple of HRIs that had, I think, really good comprehensive documents that we might want to share with the other HRIs. Also of note, only about a third of the HRIs had mature management reporting in place to monitor workloads and program trends. And so again, an opportunity to provide more of a centralized data-driven reports to HRIs in this area. So of note, management dashboards at UT Austin, Dell Medical School, UT Southwestern, and UNT Health Science Center. CPAN call audit template in use at Tyler. So this is the only one that I think we saw in the documentation, but Tyler is doing a quality assessment of the calls that are coming on CPAN, and they have a template to kind of tick off that they're doing all the right things. Some of the challenges in program operations that came up either through surveys or interviews was job satisfaction and staff retention. CPAN is one of those areas where you have to find the right person to fit the role. So if you're doing outreach, you need to be somebody that wants to be on the call, that wants to be out and visiting, and is okay with the type of work that entails. We did see, again, remote workers had better retention, but I think in general, just making sure that people were satisfied with their jobs was one thing that came at almost all the HRIs as an issue. Completion of provider surveys. So after a pediatrician or a PCP has called into the CPAN line for the first time, we asked that they get a survey, and I think all of the HRIs felt like it was very difficult to get those surveys returned. And then technology challenges, which we're going to go into a little more on the next slide. So there's 3 pieces of technology involved supporting the CPAN service. And these are just in general, I think everybody felt like there was a need for improved communication around technology changes that were in the pipeline and those being released. I just want to say there's an enormous amount of development that's been going on as a result of the federal dollars that we received. So a lot of the things that were in the pipeline before had to go to the bottom of the queue to be able to put these changes in place to capture the data needed for the ARPA projects. And I think there's challenges when you've got such a large queue of work. And so that second item, the transparency needed around how are we prioritizing items in our pipeline, is also needed. Operational staff had a lot of ideas on the way that technology could be modified to support improved efficiency and usability. And so one way we might want to make that more visible is to get user groups, regular user groups in place, so that staff have an opportunity to share their challenges, to look at what's coming and provide feedback on items that are in the roadmap. So we'll be working with the COSH on that. Other recommendations that came up. So having an online form, a way for HRIs to anonymously provide comments and suggestions to UT system. So that will be coming soon. And then also just doing an annual survey to HRI staff on both UT system as the administrative entity and the COSH, using one of our evaluation teams to do that. So that's another piece of work we're going to be adding into their scope. Performance. 7 of the health-related institutions had at least 51% of their physicians from that vetted statewide list enrolled. And 4 of the HRIs had at least 51% of those primary care physicians who were using the service who had calling more than once. So that's a good indicator that they like the service. And then all of the HRIs had a positive, a flat or positive trend. Most of them, almost all of them, were a positive trend on the number of calls that we were receiving. So we've touched on some of these as I've gone along, but our areas for improvement we'll be focusing on in the next 12 months is standardizing communication materials and newsletters. That's already underway. We're going to be working on our website development to help showcase all of those educational materials and videos that have been developed by the HRIs. We're going to be working on standardizing some of the training and onboarding materials available. There's going to be more of a focus on performance management and goal setting. We're going to work with the internal evaluation team to make sure that our physician target lists, we have a process for ensuring when those get updated and which list are we using for that denominator to determine what percentage of the state is enrolled. We want to develop a dashboard. We have some dashboards available, but we're working to increase the scope of work for the internal evaluation team to help us have a monthly dashboard, queryable dashboard that all of the HRIs have access to. Internal communication, one of our, I know an email went out, I want to say last month, talking about a internal newsletter related to TChat. Our hope is to do that for the other programs as well. We want to better communicate not only the technology changes, but what's happening in TChat. What are we hearing? Linking to that form so you can give us feedback if you have any, and better knowing who are the other team members across all of the HRIs. We want to connect you more with each other. And then we'll be working with Kosh to try to prioritize those technology enhancements that are going to help improve efficiency, especially in the TChat area as we start trying to expand statewide. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks, Lachelle. Again, that's a lot of work. The team has been going side by side, hearing from you the how things are going and the opportunities, and trying to share lessons learned across our institutions. But again, I want to thank everyone for the work to do that. And we can share these slides. And again, the goal is that that you look through that and see what your peers are doing. And if there's things that you can learn from them that would help you expand CPAN and make it more effective in your area, that you contact those individuals and again, still shamelessly those great ideas and share seamlessly so that we can improve these projects. So Sarah, I see your hand's up.
Oh, yes, I was just gonna say, like, I just love this presentation. It was so practical and with very specific ideas. So I'm like sitting here watching it and thinking of all the things that I want to add or improve in our program. So thank you so much. It was a really great presentation, and I know it's so much work and all that traveling. So thank you so much.
It was great getting out and meeting all the teams. I have to, I know I've said that before, but it really was a nice way to go learn about what you were doing, to do it face to face.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Again, we'll make sure everyone has those slides. And if there's any questions, please contact us. And if we can link you to one of your peers, please let us, so that we can, again, make sure that we are being as effective as we can with these funds. With that, let's go to the Kosh update. And Dr. Williams, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Again, we work very closely with Luann's team. They are fantastic. They've really, in the last year and a half, particularly with the addition of the team members for ARPA, all the moving parts that everybody's having to do and coordinate. So I think we have a lot of great ideas. Many of the things you saw in those slides, some of those are either in mid-operation or they're in planning stages. So I think we're just continuing to move forward. So we're glad to hear that our friends in Austin are no longer, well, sorry that here maybe some people don't have power back, but I'm glad to hear that maybe the Punxsutawney Tail's not right, and maybe winter's going to be over, but thanks, glad to hear that it's finally sunny days. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So we want to, I'm going to have this, I think, one slide here, possibly, and then we want to open it up for a conversation around direct consultation. This, as you know, is an ARPA project that teams have been doing a pilot for. Other teams sort of waited for the pilot to be complete and then have started to move into creating their processes based on the pilot so they can start doing a direct consultation. But we just wanted to have a larger conversation around moving this idea forward. So we want to just remind everybody that when we first did our consultation conversations with MCPAP, with Barry Sarvet and others, some of you who have been here from the beginning, you may remember Dr. Sarvet's conversations with us that in his regard, in MCPAP's regard, we are actually staffed currently where we could offer direct consultations across the state and not from just a pilot region, but maybe statewide. The Lifeline for Mom consultation that we're doing for PeriPan, I think from Dr. Wake will probably say this as well later, they really see that as an essential piece of providing the PeriPan consultation network because of just how OB-GYNs operate in their day-to-day practice. So they see this as a core feature of a statewide consultation network. We have seen that the regions that were piloting it sort of very first off the top, and I actually would commend El Paso once again. They were one of the first teams to get going with the piloting of the direct consultations. They have seen, generally speaking, a reliable increase in their sort of volume of consultation requests, and then obviously providing a direct consultation to providers. The outreach, the communications team that Laura has in the UT system has created the materials for this that can easily put the brand of a team on them for those who are not currently doing it. So we have the materials completed. We have sort of recommendations about how to consider sort of standing up for those teams that have not yet stood up. And then finally, we do have feedback from both the primary care physicians who have participated in getting a direct consultation as well as the families. And today there has been no PCP or family that's been unhappy with the process of having this one-time consultation visit to kind of help clarify diagnosis, clarify treatment plans, and help support that primary care physician in their role of providing healthcare and education for children and families. So the feedback for those families that participate has been very positive. Next slide. I think. Yes. So we have been talking within the CPED leadership group, as well as that Kosh has been having conversations with Luann's team. And that we do, I think that based on the feedback, based on the pilot itself, and also based on our consultation with both Lifeline for Moms and for MCPAP Barry and Dr. Sarvet, is that we would actually like to suggest and recommend that this is actually a consultation process that could be considered sometime in the very near future to be statewide. We want to be clear that it doesn't mean that every regional hub would themselves have to provide a direct consultation process. So for those teams where maybe the infrastructure is not available or possible from a staffing and or financial perspective, they wouldn't themselves have to do the direct consultation, but that they have the ability that if somebody calls in and that's a recommendation, that they would refer that PCP and that family to one of the other CPAN hubs to do the direct consultation. As that process unfolds, again, we've talked with Lifeline for Moms and Dr. Servet, this is very common and normal for them, where one of the regional teams will then send it to another regional team. That team will see the family. That provider in CPAN will do the direct phone call with the physician so they can very clearly state, here's what we're suggesting, recommending, along with the consultation letter sent out. And any future calls or consultations that PCP has about that patient would go back to the main hub. So they wouldn't sort of move over to the sister hub forever. They would just have this process available to them when it's appropriate for their patients. And so we are recommending at this point that that we sort of have this conversation in the executive committee so that we might consider allowing this to be a process that is statewide. Dr. Lakey?
Yeah. Sorry. We'll try it a third time. There, sorry. So I think this is the point of conversation that as we're looking at the numbers, it looks like there is an opportunity to provide these direct consults when needed. for individuals. Again, not taking over the care of individuals, but in order to provide the best consult possible to have that direct visit with an individual and then provide maybe a more comprehensive feedback back to the primary care providers. But we want to hear from the various institutions to see if this is something that is on your agenda, is doable. If there's something that would stand in your way of implementing a initiative like this, how that would play out in your area. So let me just stop and just hear from Sarah. I see your hand. We'll go to you next.
Yeah, sure. And I'm probably going to be echoing most of what Dr. Williams said, but I do want to say that we've rolled this out at Tech, and like, our goal here is to really increase the comfort level. Some of that data that you saw earlier from Lachelle saying that there is still this mentality of referring out and this discomfort level with handling mental health care within the primary care setting. We have data that it's safe, we have data that we can support them, but we have to increase that comfort level. And these direct consultations have been shown to really increase that comfort level and retain care in the primary care setting. And so I just wanted to point that out. That's one of the things that for both PeriPan and CPAN, I think are very, very important aspects of these programs, and that the families are really happy to have these services, and the clinicians are very grateful to have the service and feel so much more confident and then calling in the future for repeat, for continued guidance in this care.
Very good. Steve Pliska, I saw you took yourself off and then, okay.
No, I withdraw the question.
Okay. Yep, Alan?
I agree with the whole concept behind this. I think the direct consultations are perfect. One of the issues that I have is that, we're doing all this by tele. And for us to document that in our Epic format, we have to register them within our hospital system. So even though that provider may be in some other rural county, we still have to register them. Has there been a solution that people have with Epic and their institutions to register those people into their care system?
So you have to create, if you don't already have, you create a clinic that's a non-billable clinic, so that when you enroll the patient's family in your affiliate hospital, they can get an appointment in Epic. We have some team members, some of the consent forms. There's some special language for those teams that have a little bit more concern about making sure that families really understand this as a one-time consultative visit. So we have some examples of consent forms to utilize to make sure that everybody's kind of clear about sort of the nature and purpose of the visit. So it is having a healthcare visit. You are expected to complete a note. We did review this with the legal team at the state level, and their opinion and recommendation was, which we agree with, is that it's a patient care visit. So you should, document as a patient care visit as such. And so that's sort of the recommendations. It's similar to Teach-Out, that you would open up a clinic in sort of that kind of a process. And we can certainly walk a team through that if that's sort of where one of their stopping points.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question too. And at some point in our past discussions, there was a comment that the PCPs actually had a rather low level of interest in these direct consultations. Is that still the case? Was it ever the case? Will you comment on that?
I'm not sure where that comment came from, actually. So when we discuss it, there's not low interest. I think one of the things that will be important is making sure that our team is conveying it appropriately. So this is not a backdoor into people's clinics. If you see a patient for a consultation and the recommendation really is they need to see a child psychiatrist, it's not meant to put them into your clinic. Your CPAN team would do what you would normally do, which is try to find them an appropriate referral. So I'm not sure where that comment particularly came from. I think some of the teams that they were first starting, it was more of a question of which is the right type of patient to make this recommendation for versus not. So we've certainly talked about that. And, there's a little bit of the need to standardize, but also when we speak with sort of our lifeline consultation person, as well as Dr. Tran, our primary care physician, advocate on CPAN, a lot of this is about the relationship built. And to Dr. Wakefield's point, maybe this would help an individual who initially is really very hesitant to do anything related to mental health. If we would first say, you know what, how about if our team were to see this patient for one time? So some of it is a little bit nuanced when it comes to this. So we're not marketing it in such a way to say, hey, call us and we'll do a direct referral. That's not how the outreach team is considering how we share this with PCP. So I think it has more to do with our team feeling comfortable and confident about when we make this recommendation to a primary care physician.
And when we do update to this primary care, will that mean that we have to change our contracts to a different kind of a contract, or is this already included in all of the general CPAN contracts?
I don't envision that we would need to change anything about it, because again, what we're doing is offering a suggestion recommendation. The PCP may choose not to say yes to it. And the family themselves can also choose not to say yes to it. So, I don't think that it requires any legal changes with the
okay
form.
Danelle?
Thanks for the feedback, Laurel. And just one quick question. It sounds like from the pilot and I guess the ongoing dialogue from the leadership team is that it is not necessarily a requirement of all HRIs, but recommended, and HRIs can choose to participate. And can you also share, I guess, if you are covering for another HRI, how that would happen? And then also on your second bullet point, coordinating with another sister hub for them to do a direct consultation if your staff does not have the infrastructure and or are adequately prepared to do direct consultation. So just a little bit more about that process.
So again, first off, we're not suggesting that all teams have to do this. We're, as far as provide a direct consultation, we are suggesting that we would like to be able to share in an organized fashion across the state that this is something that is option for a PCP when certain criteria are met. So that's what we're asking for this today, is to discuss. If there is a team that is not going to be able to operationally do the consultation themselves, they would coordinate with a sister hub. So they might identify, maybe a nearby hub to say, can you work with us? And so whenever we have an individual PCP that we think we might want to make this recommendation to, that we would be able to tell that PCP, oh, well, we have a team. Here's how how we're going to work this consultation. So it would be, we would make these things decided about in advance, so that when the teams, both the team that's not providing as well as the sister hub, is very in line with how that's going to make that process be smooth. So that would be a conversation for when, if there are some teams that maybe aren't able to do it right now, or maybe have decided that this is not something that they can anticipate being able to do. When a team, for example, if Baylor is doing a direct consultation, we already have in place in CPAN for, if our psychiatrist is busy, which is the hub that would help our CPAN team when our psychiatrist is busy. So we would make sure to formalize that. So again, if there is a PCP that needs to be called back within that 30-minute time frame, and your current provider is not available because they're doing a direct consultation, then that would again transfer over to that other sister hub who could take that consultation call and provide that service. So we see that at any point in time, theoretically, there could be maybe 4 to 5 teams per day that are possibly doing some direct consultation, and therefore they're having another hub kind of cover for them in that 2-hour time frame when they're doing a consultation. So we're certainly planning to move relatively slowly, and this is actually about 4 hours of time per week of scheduling for a direct consultation, because we've kind of landed on about a 2-hour window for doing a direct consultation. So the hour and a half to see the patient, and then the half hour to complete documentation, potentially try to make that first call out to the PCP.
Dr. Trivedi?
Quick question, Laurel. I have to imagine some PCPs and some patients, it would be not easy to send the patient back to them. Are you running into that, or as in some of them would be still reluctant to take on the care, right?
So that's part of the initial conversation, is when it's recommended that we're very clear that, once we see this person, If we think that this is something that you could manage, that we could help you with, we're going to hand this back to you. Do you agree, Dr. Trivedi? And we've had some PCPs say, no, thank you. We've had some say, no, if you're not going to see the patient, I don't want this service. And we're like, that's fine. And then we help them find a referral. We're also very clear that we say at that conversation, if you think that if we decide after seeing the case that it really makes more sense for a child psychiatrist, then it doesn't get you a back door. It's our usual queue, but we still then might be able to help you if there is an extended wait in doing some aspect, even if it's just education support to the family while you're waiting for that care. So we have not had any PCPs be unhappy, but we have had some PCPs say, no, thank you.
Dr. Martin?
Sarah, it's hard to hear you.
You're on mute, Sarah. Sorry.
There we go. I thought I had unmuted. I just wanted to reassure the HRIs that have not started this as yet, that the whole coverage thing, like for instance, last week we covered for UT Austin while they were covered for Dell while they were doing the direct consults. And it's easy. They just send us the phone number and we call the person back right away. Then you log in the crate and it goes back to the original site. The hard thing about covering for another team is not the psychiatry part, it's the resources part, because you're not familiar with that area. So it's super easy to cover for another site, I thought, because not every person on all the calls require a psychiatrist too. And then and I think there are several people that are willing to take consults from other sites to do the direct consults as well. And I think that could be worked out. I don't think anyone's done that yet, but we've had just such a great experience with this. And then to Dr. Trivedi's point about, the PCP is still not wanting to see the patient. If we think that the PCP isn't going to want to see the patient and that they're super complicated, we don't even give it to them as an option. We just refer straight to a child psychiatrist. So trying to do that, and the doctors that have the nurses who have called in asking for those consults have understood the program really, really well. Now the parents, it's harder for them to understand the program. This outpatient one-time consultation model. So we do get some calls from parents that even though we said we're not prescribing medication, we do let them know what we're recommending, and so really this confusing for them. So spending time with each family to explain the process actually is where it falls through the cracks, or where it's a little bit harder than explaining it to these other doctors. The CPAN members that are asking for these consults, yeah, they get it right away. It's just the family.
To Sarah's other point, again, there is an additional consent form that's been created for families specifically at some of our HRIs to really address that point so that families have full understanding of what they might be agreeing to. And so I think that, again, that is part of that kind of conversation communication. And we have had families after they've heard that it was a one-time consultation, that it wasn't to start care, who also declined and said, no, thank you, I prefer to wait until I see a psychiatrist for starting care. So again, I think we're always going to have times where people hear one thing and remember something else, but we've been very clear, and so I think, and with the documentation, with the consent forms, to really understand that this is about providing clarification and guidance to the PCP, and that is the process. And so either the PCP can say no, and or the family can say no to the consultation.
Sarah Wakefield?
So I just was thinking that this is really, we're really talking about, so it's just so many of these questions, they haven't been answered about how we'd transfer if someone else was going to do a direct consult, because we've been running this as very HRI specific pilot projects, right? But then, and so some of us have developed these different consent forms and those different kinds of things, but we want to share and we want to make this statewide. We want every PCP who's enrolled in CPAN to have this option. And I think that's what we're asking to vote on today. And I didn't know if I could go ahead and make a motion that we do that, or if there was additional discussion needed.
So Sarah, before we do that, I guess where I was just a little bit ago, is there anybody that's strongly opposed to this? Is there anybody that sees a major issue with doing this? And again, the way that it's laid out, if your institution can't do this, there's a sister institution that's going to cover you. Okay. And as I say that, I would also say that as we look at our CPAN budgets and the utilization of staff, it looks like there is staff time that could be fully utilized, that isn't fully utilized. And this it doesn't look to us right now would be an undue burden. But what we would do if there's a decision to move forward is that we would send out a survey to the institutions, gather whether you want to do the direct consults or whether you need a sister institution to do it, and then work through the technicalities of how you do that and bring that to this group at our next meeting to make sure everyone is fully aware of how we're going to handle it and how we would move forward. Steve Pliska, I see your hand.
I think, as I say, all the hubs are funded to do this. So if a hub says they don't want to do it, and I want somebody else to do it, then there needs to be some transfer of funds. I mean, you can't have one hub saying, oh, we're not going to do it. We can't do it, but we want to keep the same funding that everybody else has. That wouldn't be fair or equitable, because you've got to, if someone's doing a direct consult funded by CPAN, then obviously during that time they're not covering the phones unless there's some equity in terms of, well, you'll cover our phones while we do the direct consult, which would still seem is not entirely a one-to-one correspondence work, because obviously seeing the patient, writing up the report, that's more work than just doing the consultation. So with the caveat that we need to be sure that there's equity across hubs, I think this is perfectly okay.
Yeah, and there may be some other technical issues, Steve. And if an institution is saying that their folks are fully being utilized doing consults or doing basic CPAN, then we would like to talk to you and make sure we understand that and what the budget is. But I think we are moving into kind of a new phase with CPAN, making sure that the funding matches the outputs that are occurring, and again, make sure that those two things match. Jonathan, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that these are funded by ARPA funds. Mm-hmm. So if folks have requested ARPA funds to do direct consults, then I think the expectation is that you are, but not everybody has requested those funds. So the ask here is really, are you willing to transfer a direct consult to another HRI that has ARPA funds to do this? Not asking folks to do this unfunded. And if you did not get ARPA funds for this and would like to, we can have that conversation.
And I guess what I would add to that is, as we look at what happens after this session, the distinguishing between ARPA and non-ARPA, I think eventually goes away. And it's more looking at the overall, what the program is and the menu of items that we say is part of CPAN or TCHAT, et cetera. And I think part of the point that Laurel and folks were making, the initial allocation of dollars for CPAN in that metric, part of that would have been some of these direct consults initially.
And I believe Dr. Williams can correct me, but I believe there are HRIs that did not receive ARPA that are offering direct consults because they feel they have the staffing to do so.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a recommendation they have in front of us. I don't think I need to reread it, but again, if this group approves this, we will gather more information, put together the plan, and then bring it to this group for final approval. But it would make the direct consult available to all to all the kids basically here in Texas, and that if an HRI isn't able to do that, we would work through to find a sister institution and a mechanism to bring those kids to and those consults to those HRIs that are doing that. And as Steve notes, throughout this process, making sure that the funding of programs is consistent with the expectations of what those programs are doing. So that Laura, is kind of how I understand what you're bringing to the table. Is there anybody that would like to formally make that motion? Dr. Wakefield, were you going to make that motion?
So moved.
Carol made the motion. Sarah, are you going to second that motion?
I'll second it. Yes.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the recommendation as you have in front of you, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those opposed, say nay. Okay. Did anybody abstain? Hearing that no one has abstained and no one voted against it, it passes with unanimous approval. Our team will take that information back and figure out the logistics of how we put that into practice.
Okay. David, I may have to leave at 2. Do you think there's a way, if Laurel, it's okay with Laurel, could I jump ahead and do the Data Management Committee report? And that way, if I have to leave at 2, then it won't interfere with anything.
I'm fine with that if you want to do that.
Okay. All right. Do you guys have the copy, or do you want me to put it up on my computer and share it?
You could share it. That'd be great.
Okay, hang on. Let me get it up. Get it.
Dr. Plitzky put it
Oh,
up.
oh, you got it up. Okay. All right. Great. That'll work. So the data committee has begun to look at developing outcome data from the patients that are actually in the TCHAT program. And a variety of rating scales are built into the trait platform, which all of the sites are encouraged to use as part of our measurement-based care. They're utilized to a varying degree, which is again an issue that the data committee is going to be looking at in the time ahead. But there has been significant usage of the PHQ-9A in order to monitor depressive symptoms, assessing them at baseline and obtaining follow-up PHQ-9s. And so there was sufficient data to kind of do this preliminary analysis that I'll now present. And I want to thank Abby Koch with Trait, who's kind of was the main statistician in all of this. So our population involved TCHAT students who had done the PHQ-9A at baseline at least one time during the course of treatment. These were the archive services, meaning people who had completed treatment or were officially no longer treating, were no longer being treated in TCHAT. We looked at their demographics, and we were particularly interested in the within student change. Get the next one, please. Again, our data sources we looked at were the TCHAT trait database itself, and to look at variation across different school districts and how they were categorized, we used the TEA data. Next. So this is the sample of the kids. There were 509 who had a PHQ-9 at baseline and at least once at follow-up. Some had many more. And the age group differentiation, the gender and race ethnicity pretty mirrored very well the students who were treated in TCHAT. And of course, the students in TCHAT very much mirror the students, the student ethnic and gender population of Texas. Next slide. Now, kind of some important, very gratifying data. We looked at the improvements in PHQ-9A, and what we can see is that we found an equal degree of improvement across all our race and ethnic groups. No evidence of any disparities in those areas. Have the next slide. We also found, similar results in both females and males, and also across the various age groups that are in TCHAT. Next. And then finally, we also saw an equal degree of improvement across different types of school districts: city, suburb, town, and rural. So that's very encouraging that our various TCHAT teams are clearly responding to the needs of their particular communities. Next slide. So this is naturally, we looked at the PHQ-9A, and anyone who had it at baseline, there people come into TCHAT for reasons other than depression, so that there were some significant numbers of people who had no depression at baseline or only mild symptoms, but of course there were many others that had moderate or severe symptoms. And of course, in all our analyses, we controlled for the baseline level of severity. So overall, we saw a reduction in depressive symptoms that was highly statistically significant. Next. And really, this, I think, is the core finding. The blue line was people with no depression. They, of course, continued to have no depression. For folks who had mild or moderate degrees of depression that weren't necessarily clinically depressed, they just were reporting depressive symptoms, we saw them have a decline in depressive symptoms. And then for those who would be more worried about, people with moderate, severe, and severe depression, who quite likely might meet criteria for major depressive disorders, we also saw improvement. And if you look at the moderate severe line, they moved from the clearly clinical range down to just hitting the clinical threshold. And in the mixed linear regression models that we used, the time by group interaction was highly significant, so we have a good deal of faith in these results. Next slide. So looking at it in a different sort of way, this shows you the percentages of students in each group that had improvement of 5 points or greater on the PHQ-9A, which indicates a reliable clinical improvement. And you can see the numbers for yourself. Again, particularly the moderate, severe, and severe groups, over 50% are showing clinical improvement. And again, given that generally we're looking at 60 to 80 days of treatment, I think that's quite encouraging. But again, even those who are likely to have subclinical levels of depression, we are again seeing improvement in depressive symptoms. Next. And then looking at it differently, those who have clinical meaningful change, 2/3 of those in the moderate group achieved that, and 46% in the moderate severe group. In the severe group, not surprisingly, the response rates are not as great, but as we all know, severe depression can be among the most difficult disorders to treat. And next. So we can say that based on this preliminary data, that TCHAT resulted in a clinically significant reduction in depressive symptoms, particularly those with the more severe symptoms. Treatment was equally effective in students for all major and racial ethnic groups, across gender groups, as well as in all age groups and in the various rural, suburban, and urban areas. And of course, there are other instruments in TCHAT that look at suicidal behavior, anxiety, or behavioral disorders, and we will do similar analyses. The data committee is also going to look at the use of our rating scales in trait generally, and talking about more statewide consistency and how the various teams use that. We were able to look at data from 509 kids. Well, there are, I believe, over 13,000 kids in the program at this time, so that we have a lot of power to look at a whole variety of different things and control for all the various covariates that might be important, as well as ask a whole series of other important questions. But we really need to get all the teams kind of working in the same direction in order to do that. And I'm open, actually, that's what I just said there. So open to any questions or comments.
Thanks, Dave. I think that's wonderful to start seeing this type of data. Several hands are raised. Sarah, let me go to you, and then Madhukar to you, and then Danette, you'll be third.
I imagine I'm going to say what a lot of people are thinking, that it's so wonderful to kind of feel vindicated as a clinician when you say, we know these programs, or we knew and we felt that these programs would reduce healthcare disparities, increase access to really great care that would help kids. And it's just so exciting to see this data. So I appreciate you presenting this here. And I just applaud the work of this entire consortium and want to say what an honor it is to do this work with you guys.
Very good. Dr. Trivedi?
So thank you. And Dr. Wakefield said what I was going to say. It's very exciting to see. One question, Dr. Pliska, that you'll have to address is if it's 509 out of 13,000, how do you increase it to sound like it is reflective of the full population? And is there
Absolutely, it's a critical question, and that's actually the major task for the data committee, and involves getting all the teams on board and all the various therapists to obtain the instruments, from their patients, and to look at the trait system itself and make sure it's very user friendly so that the families participate. I think one barrier that we need to look at is assessments get sent out with an email link, but families don't always complete them. And therapists are sometimes understandably say, well, I want to get right to the session. I don't necessarily want to, spend time doing the rating scale and struggle. Look on your phone. Here's the link. There are workarounds, but we need to kind of eliminate the workarounds so the system is very simple for families, and really show this data to the therapists in TChat so they can see the value of gathering these instruments.
I also just want to recognize that not every child is depressed, so not every child's getting a PHQ-9A. So actually 76% of the time, if a PHQ-9A was sent out, it's being completed. So it certainly, we can talk about is there a protocol of which measures at what point, but it's not all of those kids needed to get a PHQ-9A.
Well, and obviously people come into TChat with a whole variety of other symptoms besides depression, and we're not getting measurement-based care measures on those as consistently as we are for depressions. That's another thing the data committee will probably have some recommendations on after discussion.
Very good. Danette?
Yeah, I would just say I too appreciate seeing this data. It's really great. And I noted, and this may have been in there, and I didn't pick it up because it was moving kind of fast and I was trying to absorb the really great information. I noted that the treatment was equally effective across various groups, including along the major racial and ethnic groups. Did the access to care look at kind of what you'd expect to see relative to population of the various groups?
As far as I know, and Laurel can give more detail, that each of the TChat hubs is very representative of the community in which it's located. And in turn, this subset of data matched well the enrollees in TChat. So I think we feel pretty good about generalization. In other words, this was not some special select group rather we can say this is a good enough sample that we can say, yes, it's reflective of what's happening in TChat in general.
When we've looked,
I have to say, Steve, though, being a part of this data committee, there were a couple of smaller groups that had very few participation that we needed additional respondents on, and that's just the nature of it. Like Native Americans, Asian populations. So those are two smaller groups that are, we need additional information on. But like Steve said, this is definitely preliminary. So we hope to gain traction with regard to additional representation in future analysis.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
When we look at the data for TChat and compare it to the overall school population, it's almost an exact match right now. And so, to a tenth of a decimal place for many ethnicities in Texas for the overall number of individuals that we're serving. So it does seem like we're getting out to all groups in the state of Texas as best we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Other comments? So Steve, that was really good. Can you share that with some of us so we can?
It's uploaded on the website, so you can see it there with all the other documents that went out. Or not on the website. It's on the invite. If you go to the invite, there's a link to the presentations, it's on there.
All right, very good. Well, Steve, again, thanks for bumping your presentation up, and wish you best on the meeting that you have to leave, or you have to go.
I'll hang around. It's just I might be called out at this point, but right now I'm okay. I'm still
All
here.
right. So, Dr. Williams, we're going to go back to you related to the other cost update.
Sure. We only have maybe like 5-10 minutes. We're almost done.
Okay.
So I'll hold my TChat comment until we get to TChat. So you see here this particular slide. We just wanted to show you between the previous year and this year from a calendar year perspective, not from a budgetary perspective, the overall growth in consultation volume that we've seen for CPAN. And so I do think that as the teams have matured, as we've sort of improved some of the processes, as we've been able to provide those CMEs, which include Project Echo and others, and going and sort of developing those, deepening those partnerships, we are seeing the call volume steadily increase across the state. So we're very excited for that. And so I'm going to switch over to the live view real quick. So we wanted to show you kind of what was happening in January of 2023, the start of the new calendar year, not fiscal year. So Edith is just switching over, and I'm a placeholder while she does that. So you're anxiously awaiting. So we have to date almost 10,000 providers who are enrolled in the CPAN consultation network. We want to be clear here that this number includes both NPs, PAs, and physicians. So this 10,000 number is not exclusive of just physicians. It's NPs and PA partners as well, speaking like with Tyler and sort of the different regional differences and mixture of specialists and team members across the state. We've almost completed 17,000 consultations. We're definitely going to get there next month with over 15,000 patients served. We have a metric that we sort of definitely pay attention to, which is being able to return that call within 30 minutes if the provider requests it. Now, we do find that providers often say, no, I don't have time in 30 minutes, but could you call me back at 3? So our team is very accommodating to when they want to have that consultation call back. But for those that really do want that call back within 30 minutes, we've been doing an excellent job being able to provide that. We still continue to see enrollment of clinics and providers. So we're waiting for the internal evaluation team to finally present some of that data. So we're leaving that for them. But we are still seeing enrollments across the state continue. And there is still, kind of the donut of the different types of providers, pediatricians, family medicine, and then integrated primary care wellness. So now we're just going to go to the main event. Ta-da! So as you can see here, in January, the number of consultations we had in the month of January across the state was over 1,016. This is our highest monthly number to date. And again, I do think that that is because of sort of that work that all of our teams are doing. And to Lachelle's point, we pretty much are seeing, improvement in most all of the HRIs as far as a month-to-month call volume, which is what we're hoping and excited to see. So I just wanted to share the sort of live update of January since we just came out of that month. And so there'll be more to come. Back to the slide deck. Give her a second to get back to the slide deck. All right, so we're going to move to PeriPan now for Dr. Wakefield and Jen.
Hello, yes. So very excited to report on this project and wanted to say that our enrollment across the 4 pilot sites, 4 regions that are doing this pilot is 38%, I'm sorry, across the entire pilot. We do have some regions that are at 45% enrollment. And so we're really excited about the energy and activity around that. But to be clear, there are different numbers of OBs around these regions. And so our sites are working very, very hard on this enrollment and engagement. And we're excited and proud that this continues to increase. Next slide. Purpose of contact. So about 65% are requesting a referral for some kind of services to support mom and about 45% medication related. We are seeing about 5% calling us to ask us what to do in the case of an emergency. Again, just like CPAN, we're not an emergency crisis line, but we can help clinicians. We can guide them through some procedures and recommendations for their area, or tell them about crisis lines that exist. And so helping them develop these emergency procedures within their offices through that consultation line. Next slide. So these are just the called multiple times or called only once. And so you can see that we are having an increase in our in the clinicians that are enrolled in PeriPan calling multiple times, which is what we want to see. Of course, in August, everyone called for the very first time because that was the very first time it was offered. But we are seeing an increase in multiple callers, which is what we want to see. We want to help clinicians. We want to develop this trust and engagement with clinicians to provide these clinical services as a part of their perinatal care that they're already delivering. And we want them to find that they trust us and want to call again in the future. So we're encouraged by these numbers. Next slide. We are launching an educational series with Dr. Frolov from UT Southwestern on February 21st. One of the things that we are trying to do at the outset of PeriPan is really coordinate our educational efforts across the pilot, across the entire program, and have less be very HRI specific. And we're also offering these webinars statewide. So the anyone, even if they are not in a PeriPan pilot region, can attend the webinars. And so we are launching this as a service that we're providing statewide at the outset, but also coordinating with I think on the next slide. You can do next slide. Yes, so you can see we have a schedule for the rest of the year on what our topics are and who our presenters are. We have developed this content with the experts that are in Texas and a collaborative way across the pilot site. The perinatal mental health experts that reside at these institutions have provided their expertise, have been developing this content during their PeriPan time. If they're not, as we await call volume to increase, we have utilized this time to develop educational content and develop these schedules that we will be providing statewide and educating different groups across the state that we have this content available. So I'm very grateful to everyone who has participated in that. In addition, we will be offering echoes. We're developing that content to deliver to the HRIs. And I wanted to reflect on the comments earlier about, I saw one comment saying in the Lachelle, in your site visits for CPAN, that there was some vagueness or, wondering about the implementation of ECHO. There are different hubs, I think, there are different sites, different HRIs that have a varying level of experience with echoes. The echoes are very different than the webinars. The webinars are, kind of like a grand rounds or something that many, many people can attend. And we might have a short question and answer session. The echoes are really developing a learning community. And so we would want those to be site specific, HRI specific, but in developing the content across the HRIs, it could be delivered in that learning community. Again, the idea is developing these relationships with clinicians in your region so they find you as a trusted partner, and will continue to engage with PeriPan and CPAN through these various educational opportunities with the consults, the direct face-to-face, and the educational content. Next slide. So additional updates, we launched an internal monthly newsletter to the pilot sites, just talking about, we launched this in January, talking about learning opportunities, program-wide announcements, employee spotlights. This is our, and clinical case scenario to facilitate discussion. This is the venue for sharing these experiences that we're learning across the pilot together, so that when and if we have the opportunity to go statewide, we have built kind of a compendium of resources about what's worked well, how to implement this in different sites across urban and rural areas, what engagement works, those types of things. So we're excited to be able to have this facilitated learning newsletter where we're all learning together, and then direct consult. So like you were talking about, like we were just talking about in CPAN, in the Lifeline for Moms consultation, a very high recommendation, actually so high that they said, please don't launch this without doing it, because the obstetricians are so very busy. All clinicians are very, very busy. They're so very busy that they will buy in much more to the service if we are able to provide them a direct consult at the outset. And they're more likely to engage and be able to deliver this care within their office and their current perinatal care. So we have 2 sites. So, there are 4 pilot sites. We have 2 sites going live with direct consults and 2 sites working on implementation of that right now and working out those logistics of sharing those consults across sites. And now that we will be working out a framework to do that across CPAN, I think that will facilitate that even further. I think that's it. Next slide. All right. I'm happy to answer questions about PeriPan.
All right, any questions? Well, I don't see any. So again, thanks, Sarah. I think for the rest of the folks that aren't part of the pilot right now, again, one of the things that we're trying to do this legislative session is to get the funds to roll this out statewide, and all but one of the HRIs in Texas believe they'll be able to do that. And so if you're not part of this learning community right now, if you don't have somebody ready to go, this is the time to get people trained up and ready so that early next fiscal year, we're going to be able to really make this a statewide initiative.
And I will say that what we could start doing, I know Jen Erdigy, who's our program manager, is on this meeting as well. What we can do is we can start sharing, for all of the sites who do plan to be a part of this, we can start sharing the newsletter and we include learning opportunities, training opportunities that exist across the nation. There are lots of things offered by Postpartum Support International and in different states, some that are free of charge that we have vetted and feel like are really great learning opportunities for the various clinicians on your teams. And we can start sharing those opportunities outside of the pilot region. We're happy to do that.
Yep. Sarah Martin, I see your hand.
Yeah, it's kind of what Sarah Wakefield was just saying. We would love to get everybody here trained. So we would like your recommendation about what sort of external trainings there are. But also we want to come to your CME series. So definitely put us on the list for your newsletter. Thanks.
We will do that.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, Dr. Williams, let me go back to you for the update on TChat.
Yeah, I'm just going to say 2 more things about CPAN. So just ignore this beautiful slide in front of you. We did do our first cohort of having the end user of the physician CPAN provider starting to have a forum for them to meet up, learn from each other. One of the things that's great about Texas that also is difficult about Texas is we're large. And so, some of the smaller states, when they only have maybe 5 or 6 doctors providing their consultation team, it's easier for them to get together. We have probably over 20 physicians, have some percentage of time that they're doing CPAN across the state. So we've developed a cadence where we're going to meet with the physicians every other month. And we put a couple of different times in a week so that physician, the physician groups, because they have so many different things in their schedule, can hopefully attend. And the goal of that is to help improve sort of how the team is doing, bring up any of concerns that they may be having related to the work that they're doing within CPAN and other pieces. We also have sort of another group that meets on a monthly basis outside of our meetings with teams that actually is the core team that's involved with each of the HRIs and doing the outreach. And so that is a monthly meeting where all the teams are coming together to share best practices. The communication team will attend that meeting as well to kind of make sure that we're trying to help all the teams sort of have the best practices available to them when it comes to outreach efforts for CPAN and sort of help with that standardization that we've been doing with the documents and materials that we provide. So moving now to TChat, again, you've been seeing this slide for a few minutes, stealing the thunder here. The major point of this is these are the referrals. And so it just is going to show the massive amount of increase in the number of referrals that we've had from the school year that's previous to us versus the school year that we're in right now. And so I think, again, this just goes to that tremendous growth. And, my understanding, Dr. Lakey, was that at the spring of last year, we were in about 44% of covered lives. And so we've moved up closer to 50% covered lives. So all the teams have been making a lot of great efforts to onboard additional schools and provide those services. For some of the teams that are more mature, who've been providing telehealth services to schools prior to TChat and its inception, one of the things that they said is that oftentimes the first year or two of having a MOU and an agreement with the school district doesn't necessarily mean that they flood you with referrals, because they're getting to know you and your team and what your services can provide, but that yet often year 3 is also a place where you see sort of a massive increase. So this is, again, kind of our first full year of year 2, and we're already seeing a pretty steady increase in the number of referrals. Next slide. So the referrals, of course, does not mean the patient has been seen yet. The session or the encounter count is for young people that have actually gone to a TChat service and been provided care. And so again, once again, you can see a massive increase between the previous school year and this school year when it comes to the number of sessions per month that we are collectively providing across the state. In speaking to the question related to outcome measures, we have over 20 different both in English and in Spanish outcome measures that are available within the platform. We've had ongoing conversations. We're not anywhere ready to present anything to the executive committee, but I didn't want you to think we weren't thinking about it. We've had ongoing conversations about sort of where and how to standardize some of those efforts. And so I think that those conversations are including not just the TChat leadership team, but also Dr. Pliska's point, the data committee. The clinicians can both send the measure to a family or a child as indicated. They can also now complete it themselves. So if a family is having an issue with technology and getting the email sent to them to complete the measure, then the provider or team member can answer and say the questions out loud and get the family or the child's response. We have about a 63% total for all the measures of response rate. So if a measure has been assigned 63% of the time across all the measures, they're being completed. A couple of this, besides the PHQ-9A, the Columbia Suicide Screeners actually has the highest completion rate. And some of that is also, again, in part because some teams have it mandatory in their just work processes to have a suicide screening. So I think there is definitely areas that we can work on there, but we won't be ready to talk about an executive committee until those leadership conversations kind of meet and kind of complete. But it is exciting to see sort of the initial efforts with those youth who've at least did the PHQ-9A and had repeat measures. Next slide. That's it. Any questions?
Great. Any questions? Alan?
Laurel, I know as we begin to track more and more data, now that the ARPA people have consumed the time they needed with our trait folk, can we get back to figuring out how we can get all of this not being double documented by our therapists? So if it's with Epic, it's all on Epic. Because right now we add one more survey on top, they're double documenting it again. And so it's the more that we do, it begins to take away from clinic time, from patient care.
Yes.
We have a lot of forms.
So the process of doing EMR integration, that those monies are available, and we're starting to talk with teams who are wanting to have EMR integration. So some teams have said no, thank you. They do not want to have EMR integration. Others have said yes. So we'll certainly talk about it with your team at this month's meeting. And all teams, but your team.
Okay. Other questions? All right. I don't see anything else. Again, thanks, Laurel, for all the ongoing work to really move this forward. So thanks.
Great teams. We've been having lots of fun. Thank you.
Yep. So we've lost several individuals, but we're still at quorum. And so I think Dr. Vo has left, and Dr. Wagner and Dr. Nemiroff. So just want the record to reflect that. Okay. And Sonia Gaines is. Okay. So next item, we want to provide an update on the 88th legislative session. It is just beginning, but a lot of key things are occurring right now. We're going to start off with Sean, and then I'm going to jump in and provide some other input, but also want to, at the end, hear from the rest of the members of the executive committee related to important information that you may have that would be beneficial to the rest of the members of the EC. So Sean, let me go to you.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Leakey. So yeah, like you mentioned, we're still pretty much in the beginning. It's day 28 of 140. It kind of seems like a lot, it's 20%, but because most of the real decision-making and the nitty-gritty kind of happens in the latter half of session, this is still really the early days. The biggest point of work right now is on the budget. The only committee that's meeting right now is Senate Finance, going over the introduced budget. I think you guys have received that information already about the consortiums, where the consortium stands in their appropriation. It's a pretty healthy increase, trying to match what the needs you all provided to be ramped up to 100% by the end of next biennium. It's a little bit short right now. What we're anticipating seeing is, and I know there was some discussion of this early this morning about the ARPA funds, the deadlines for expending them. They're right now working through the best way to line up the differences in the expiration. So the federal government allows several more years, of course. The budget, the appropriation last November is only for 2 years. And I think in knowing how much time it took to get the money out the door for everyone, y'all aren't the only ones in that position. There's a lot of other recipients of those funds in the same boat. So they're going to holistically handle the way that they're going to reauthorize those ARPA funds. So I think we'll see the difference between the budget and what you guys need at that 100% operational level kind of show up in how they handle the ARPA reauthorization. So we'll keep out on that, and we'll continue to engage with the legislature, give them the information they need to get that done. Like I said, finance is hearing from all of the different agencies. Today was the Article 3 public education agencies, TEA. There was some discussion about TCHAT. I'll anticipate some more discussion on Wednesday when they get into some of the higher ed. UT system will be up. So there's a lot of attention on that. I said it was kind of early, and it is, but it's not early enough for them to file bills. The House has filed almost 2,000 bills at this point, Senate 700 some odd. And there's a few that will touch upon the work of the consortium. Again, really the focus for most of the legislators is on the TCHAT program. A couple sort of incidentally that I'll just highlight for you all that we're tracking. One is Senate Bill 113 by Senator Jose Menendez, and there's an identical House Bill 98 by Representative Joe Moody. This one would allow school districts to partner with the LMHAs to provide services. And I know Danette might want to speak up here, but I don't know to what degree with the workforce challenges that's a tenable solution for them. But what's important maybe for our purposes is that it would also require HHSC to enroll schools into as providers under the Medicaid program. So it could become a source of funding that the legislature may, if they go that route, we could see it implicate how some of our services are funded potentially. So something to keep an eye on. Another one's HB 1157 by Representative Lozano. This would make it clear that students can get an excused absence for mental health treatment. I don't think we've seen this as a problem. In fact, we've had legislators ask us if we're seeing this as a problem before. And for most part, I believe you all have answered that it's not, but it'd be great to have it in statute. That way we know it won't be a problem going forward. One other bill to highlight that has a much more sort of direct impact on y'all's programs, TCHAT in particular, Senate Bill 245 by Senator Charles Perry. It does a few things, but it kind of does a belt and suspenders. I think there's still a kind of pervasive concern out there that students are being treated without parental consent. It already is in the statute that parental consent is required, but in a little bit of a different piece of the code, this bill would make it extra clear, I suppose, that parental consent is required. And it would also require that if a school district is going to offer TCHAT, they make sure that every student has it. So I think a strict reading to me of that is school district enrolls every single one of their campuses. Of course, every one of their students would have to have that service available. Again, I think that's our goal, so I don't think it's problematic, but we'll see as that legislation develops. Those are sort of the specific things. Generally speaking, there is a lot of focus on mental health care that's been growing over the last several sessions we've seen. I mean, this consortium is a byproduct of that focus and effort. We're going to see a lot of bills, nothing really filed substantially yet, but I know they're in the works for workforce development. Everyone recognizes the need to really bolster the workforce development in order to execute the programs and strategies that the legislature is prioritizing. There'll be the continuation of the build out of the state mental health system, funding, just the construction, but also the operations of the beds. That is requested in HHAC's budget and their exceptional items. Unfortunately, their hearings last week got canceled from the ice storm, but we'll see them present on that in a few weeks. And there's a smattering of other bills already filed on, loan repayment programs for mental health professionals and sort of other things eating around the edges, trying to get this workforce development. But still early days, like I said, we'll keep monitoring and we'll bring anything to you guys' attention that is of utmost importance or concern.
Very good. Thanks, Sean. Sean, it may be good. You're very familiar with the legislative process. I've been involved in the legislative process, but many of the people here probably haven't been involved in the legislative process, and about some of those key things that are going to be occurring. And could you just kind of talk through kind of month by month some of those big items? Give a little bit of flavor of the base bill, the head testimony, the supplemental bill, how that's different than the base bill, how riders come into play, all that, and the finalization of that, a final budget, how that comes to play.
Sure thing. So the budget for the next biennium is going to be, it's for the period starting in September 1st of 2023 through the next 2 years. That's what I'm talking about, the budget that they're looking at right now. It's going to be, I think, a House bill this time, as a Senate bill last time. They kind of trade, but it sort of is all, for intents and purposes, it doesn't matter because it moves through the Senate and the House on sort of parallel tracks. The Senate's got going faster now because they already have their committees named. That usually happens much more quickly in the Senate. The House, we're expecting to hear their committee assignments in the next, maybe this week. I would say this week, could be next week, but probably this week. And once that happens, they'll set a schedule in the House and do the same thing. So it goes through the respective budget committees. They get testimony on the introduced version. This introduced version is pretty similar in the House and the Senate. It hasn't always been that way in recent sessions, but it's almost the same starting point with a couple little differences. Each chamber works on their version, passes it over to the other side, and through some procedural matters I won't really get into, it ends up with one. They have to hash out one negotiated version amongst them all, and they do that in a small group called the conference committee. There'll be 5 members of each chamber, plus leadership, of course, has a lot of weigh in on that. So that it's kind of a slow burn up to that process. That conference committee, you're talking May, the last month of session when that gets named, and that happens in the last few weeks of session. Those are the real big decisions at the very end. Right now, they're shaping kind of where each chamber wants to be. And like I said, especially for the consortium, you're in a good spot for your needs, and it's the same in the House and the Senate, so it's not a point of contention, which is always good. So we'll just kind of follow along. The supplemental bill is typically a budget bill that they'll pass during session in order to clean up and fund things in the actual current biennium that ends August 31st. The sort of stereotypical matter they always have to deal with is the Medicaid shortfall, because they're predicting 2 years out. So oftentimes when they come back into session, they realize that they're going to have to pad the rest of it up in order to pay the bills through the end of the session. That's a smaller number this time than it has been in years past, because we had an enhanced FMAP and enhanced coverage under the public health emergency. And then typically other things like actual emergencies, there's natural disasters, other kind of bills that come due within the biennium, they'll put that in the supplemental appropriations. This is where I would expect them either in the kind of, like I said, stereotypical supplemental appropriations bill, or even in a complementary bill, is when they're going to reauthorize that ARPA fund. So you won't see it necessarily in SB1, HB1, the main budget bills for next biennium. It'll be in these sort of auxiliary bills that we're going to see introduced over the next couple of months. Legislation wise, yes, they're filing bills. They can file up until March 10th. That's the 60th day of the session. That's also the first day that the Senate or House can act on a bill on the floor. So that's a lot of the reason why you don't see committees clamoring to meet right now and start, hearing bills, because it wouldn't go anywhere until March 10th at the very earliest, unless it's a emergency item designated by the governor. So you'll see mostly all the work happening behind the scenes. Bills are getting crafted and kind of tweaked, and then they're filed. Once they're filed, there's a whole lot of feedback, as you can imagine, from the folks that are watching these things, and they get worked on again, sort of, through meetings behind the scenes, and then publicly introduced, publicly debated, and publicly acted on afterwards. So until March, most of the meat of the actions on the budget hearings. Come March, we'll start seeing a lot more of the policy committees meeting and bills start moving. April is that month where they start changing the bills from one chamber to the other. Maybe the very beginning of May, you start running out of time. And then those last few weeks of May are a flurry of activity where they're doing final passage on bills, final negotiations on the budget, and everything else.
Yeah, very good. So I guess for me, kind of bottom line, I feel that we're in a pretty good place right now, related to the budget. Several of us that are part of the executive committee did a lot of testimony during the summer and talked to the legislature related to the importance of this program. We have worked with the Senate Finance and the House Appropriations Committee over the last several months to make sure that they understand what we believe is doable through the consortium. And if we were going to do that, what the financial requirement would be. I am very happy with the base budget. And again, it doesn't have everything we asked for, but it is a tremendous starting place. And I think we understand why some things aren't there. And I think by the end of the session, they will put in the dollars that we need in order to move everything that was a core part of the consortium, plus a approach to what we've been able to fund with the ARPA dollars, plus the additional workforce initiatives that we're trying to do and lay out. Sarah, I feel good related to Peri-Pan and where we are and how that will move forward. Again, nothing's guaranteed. The legislature can do whatever they want, but I feel, having gone through several sessions, feel like we're in a really strong position right now as things move forward. And it was nice to see some of the other things that were put into the base budget. Sean alluded to some of the loan repayment for mental health workforce, tremendous increase there. They're looking at a variety of workforce initiatives. We'll need to watch additional budgets or additional bills and riders there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some additional initiatives that we get pulled into through the legislature, and that they'll put funds in and use the consortium and the work we've been doing to help facilitate some additional things. Now that all plays out during the session, and we'll have to see that as it in real time over the next several months. Danette, I see your hand. And you have a question or comment?
A comment. I'd just like to contribute to the conversation. So in probably 20 years of doing this work, so 10 or 11 legislative sessions, I have never seen as much new funding for expansion of programs in the base bills as introduced, and really as much of an alignment between the two bills in terms of what they're doing. So there's clearly a lot of work to set the stage, set the base as it's doing in a way that I really would say is unprecedented. I mean, could have happened before, 20 years ago, but in all of the years that I've been involved, have not seen this much. So I think Sean did a really great job in terms of running across the major funding areas. We're also seeing from a community standpoint, funding for step down housing programs for people leaving facilities, funding for expanding multisystemic therapy programs, funding for coordinated specialty care, funding for ongoing mental health services in Uvalde. Again, all of these in the base. Funding for grant programs for criminal justice interface and mental health, funding for kind of general mental health programs. This is all infrastructure that's out there, but providing opportunity for what looks to be expanded access across all of Texas, so rural Texas as well, really paying attention, I think, to areas where there's been opportunity, but it's not really addressed many of the gaps that we see in areas across Texas. The increase in inpatient capacity, running both in terms of the state hospital investment for more beds, for additional state hospitals in some areas of the state. Some of this we'll see coming in the supplemental, or in ways in which it won't be in the base bills, or even in the appropriations bills for next biennium. They'll have to sort a lot of that, as Sean was pointing out. Really important for us, we're seeing a substantial increase in capacity to purchase local inpatient psychiatric care through private hospitals, including funding for addressing competency restoration, which would mean competency restoration happening not just in state hospitals or jail-based competency restoration, but to be able to purchase that through private psychiatric hospitals. There's some of that in the state, not much of it. This would expand capacity for doing that. So really across the board, seeing substantial investment for us to address many of the gaps we know and feel every day. We were very disappointed to not see any substantial investment in terms of workforce other than in state hospital and state supported living centers. So the state operated facilities are seeing a substantial workforce investment, meaning raises to be more competitive in the current economy. And we would really like to see that for community as well. I know you're all feeling it, the HRIs too. But on the community side, we're seeing, for example, qualified mental health professionals who we rely on substantially. We have a lot of vacancies in those areas. And those salaries and basic compensation needs to be increased so we can be competitive with places that, we're currently, we used to compete a lot with state facilities. We're now competing with Target. We're competing with Amazon. We're competing with a lot of places that are paying better than we can pay for work that is really important to the state of Texas. So we're hoping that the legislature at the end of the day will take action on that in much the same way that they're taking action on it for the state facilities.
A very good point. Thanks, Danette. And in all of our testimonies, we've talked about workforce. We've talked about the importance of across the board supporting the workforce, and that having a strong local mental health system, because if they're running at a 30% vacancy rate at many of the local mental health authorities, we shouldn't be surprised that when a disaster hits, that they do not have the ability to respond, let alone meet the day in and day out needs that they see in front of them.
Yeah, Dr. Lake, we do appreciate you've been very consistent on that front, and look forward to hearing even more of that as the legislative session unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Any other questions related to the session or where we are regarding it? Okay. Well, good. Well, we wanted to just let you know that we're at the beginning of the session. A lot of things will change, but we feel pretty confident related to our starting point, and we'll continue to advocate for the variety of issues that we see before you. And as we continue to have these meetings over the next several months, as things become clearer, we will share that information with you, and especially the supplemental bill. And as things move forward on House Bill, Senate Bill 1, those are really important for the finances of the mental health system in Texas. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's the last item on the agenda today. Is there Anything else that we need to discuss that is germane to the agenda that we started with today? All right, I'm not seeing anything. So again, I hope you have a great day and look forward to talking to you next month and giving you more information about how things are rolling out. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, David.